going on, Freakazoids? I got some negative reactions to my video today. How dare you criticize our god, Brian Enton? Hey, look, I like Brian Enton. You know, I think he's like a really good reporter. He's gets like his producers and everybody and his connections allow him to interview all kinds of famous, you know, not famous, but like leaders in industry and stuff like that. He does really good interviews and so forth. I'm just not sure, like people like him, they don't really synthesize and analyze the information the same as other people. They're just really good reporters, you know, like they go out and they get information from people and their opinions and so forth like that. Right? For some reason my my nose has been sniffly. Like I keep going like that on my shows. I noticed when I was playing back a video. But I think he's, you know, he's a really good reporter, and, you know, he's probably the best of the bigger channels out there. Well, I mean, I'm not sure what you call him. I think he works for News Nation, but he's got like, no, he's probably the best one out of all of them, right? But the thing is you know, I mean, I feel, I don't know what it is. It feels really disrespectful at some point. Like I've been on Jennifer Coffindaffer's show. I've been on, now let's see. What the hell's the other one? I was thinking of the Law and Crime one. And then I was on with Ashley Banfield. And every one of those shows, I said the same thing. I said, I mean, this is months ago, like literally the same thing. I said, hey, I am 100% certain that he removed the camera only because he didn't want the vehicle being spotted when he pulled up to put Nancy Guthrie in it. Now we had this clown in the comments earlier going, that doesn't make any sense. That's not Occam's razor. Occam's razor would be that he drove in the car and hid it out of view from the cameras. If he could somehow see what the camera could see, and then he pulled over to the side, and then he backed out of that driveway. Well, that's not accurate at all. That's ridiculous. I had to remove that one. It was like a big, long soliloquy of just nothingness. All right, so the thing is I've been saying that. I've literally said it 70 times, right? And now it's some new revelation. And the sad part is when you in the comments section, everybody's like, wow. It just makes me like I mean, it's cool that, you know, they're sort of finally coming to their realization, but at the same time it's frustrating. Do you guys understand that? I mean, it's crazy. I think I got -4 subs though on the video, and I don't really care. If you're going to unsubscribe because I'm telling you guys, wow, man, you guys are late to the party here. We've been talking about this for 3 months. Then see you later. Okay, I don't have time to coddle you. You know, I'm just telling you the truth. You guys could see it in there. It's even before I couldn't find the original times. Are you guys here? Man, let's pause on the hellos again. It's just hello, 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 hello. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, you're not, Gray. You're dead serious, you bastard. I know it's like didn't any of you guys when you saw that in the interview just go, holy crap, Gray's been saying that shit for 3 months. And he says it every time he talks about the case. And then this other person argued in one of the comments saying that I just say stuff like, it's possible that. No way, man. I say, I literally said, I'm 100% certain that he removed the camera because the car is going to be pulling up there because he went there to kidnap Nancy Guthrie. I mean, that's our, you know, whatever you want to call it, like kidnap or not really abductor. I guess kidnapping might be the word, right? But that's why he went to the house. Hey, thanks up there to Cheryl Bullock. Yeah, so it's just weird. I actually thought I was being punked. Like somebody took an AI version of Brian Enton and then made a little video of him coming up with this sentence like it was new. And I just, not that it's this huge element of the case, but it's weird how it sounded exactly the same. Like literally, I've said that he wasn't nervous at all because he walked up to the camera. He had all the disguise on. So he already knew that nobody would be able to identify him. So then you ask yourself, why would he be removing the camera? Well, the only reason is because he knows later he's going to be parking a car there. He wouldn't care. Somebody else commented and said, well, maybe they didn't want to have Nancy being seen being abducted. Well, no, because they know that everybody knows that she's going to had been abducted because he's on the camera and then she's missing. So of course she was abducted. So that doesn't make sense either. So the thing is he removed the camera because he's putting the car in the easiest, quickest place to put her in the vehicle and drive away. That's it. And so that's what's annoying about it. It's like I've said this ad nauseum. I guess what it means is he's never watched my show. Even my animated, remember the one where I did with the animation with the car going up to the front door? Even in that video, I mentioned that. And that was a good video. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. But anyways, you guys, you're here. I just wanted to make it to say, hey, you guys, look it. This is the reality. If you want to have somebody who works through the facts of the case, puts things together in a logical, reasonable way based on the facts of a case, and literally can sort of, by using logic, reason, and common sense, come up with these things, then you should be here early, okay? Because you would, every single time, I swear to God, you guys, there must be 50 times, every time we cover a case, we'll be talking about stuff here, nailing stuff down, and then like a month later, the bigger channels and networks talk about it, and everybody pretends that it's brand new, and it really just irks me. It's like, it's crazy. I think that's why I'm on Court TV and other places like that, because they've seen, some of them have actually noticed that kind of thing, all right? And so I don't know what to, but you guys have seen it a million times, right? Like when we're talking about stuff over here and figuring out the timing, like remember the blood, expirated blood. The moment that Brian Enton posted the video with the blood, I looked at it and said, wow, that is expirated blood. And I said it for weeks and weeks and weeks, and everybody else kept calling it something else. And then finally, people started saying, oh yeah, that's expirated blood. It's crazy, So, I know, you don't really want to listen to what the hell I'm saying. All right, hey, you know what? This right here, I was looking at Annie's map here. I guess she said something, blue line and yellow. This is a real thing, I guess, right? I mean, we saw this early on, but it said something like, blue line and yellow markers, Annie map path to community, allegedly. All right, you see that? And so, when they say community, allegedly, does anybody know where this came from? Yeah, I would think that anybody in my position would be frustrated with exactly the same thing. And I don't think I'm being unreasonable when I say that. I have a hell of a lot of respect for Brian Enton. I think and I'm not even saying it's him. It's like, for some reason, he hadn't heard of that. And then this other guy came on and said exactly the same things that I've been saying for months. So I don't know, where the origin of that comes from. Hopefully they watch my channel. That would be great. That would be awesome. All right, so let's see. If we go to... what? You guys want to map this out? You guys remember yesterday we mapped out where the lights are? Do you guys see that? Yesterday we mapped out all the yellow... I think I almost need to make them a different color, but there's a camera here, 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 all the way around, except there isn't one right there, and there isn't one right here, which is interesting. So I thought maybe if we took this the route here, this is just something I thought of just before I came on. Maybe we can map out this exact route and then even draw on this pink area, because apparently this is where law enforcement requested camera area. You guys want to do that? All right, let's just do it, because I think I can see it on here. Sorry, my nose is just like messed up. So if I sniff, I'm sorry. You know, it just is. It is what it is. All right, so I can see it on the map that Nancy's house is right there, and then what they have is it goes like this. I'll make it thick so you can watch what I'm drawing on here. And I just want to see how it relates to where the cameras are positioned. Because wouldn't that be interesting if it almost appears that it's associated? All right, so let's go. Start that again. So right here. And then it goes right down here like this, and then to here, and then it drops down. It's interesting, right? This is this right here, you guys, is the exact route that we came up with. Remember the one where I went to Street View? I mean, this is crazy. I didn't even notice it. But the one I went to Street View, this is it right here. Look at this. Boom. And then remember that left, and then it goes to the double lane over here? This is exactly what they have on here. That's crazy, because that's the one that was sort of the out-of-the-way route that was the most likely one. The one that was, and I'll show you in a second. It's the only blue pin that I kept open on the other side, knowing that, see right there? Isn't that crazy? So it's right there. So it comes through, and then like this, up, and then around, and then right there. Don't you think that's pretty amazing? Like, this is the route. I mean, this is kind of a random route. But this is exactly the one that was released, apparently, that Annie, and it came out earlier. So it's right there. Right? Isn't that wild? That's the exact one, and it's the only blue pin that I kept open on this side, having it be the only one that made sense. I think that's crazy right there. That just shows you what we were doing yesterday. But watch, you'll see it on the other show. Hey, did you guys see this? I mean, we came up with, we got an expert on here. He's talking about, and look at how we had, yeah, of course. All right, so then we move up. Let me just save that so far. Isn't that weird, though? That's the exact one that yesterday that I said, you know what? This one actually makes a hell of a lot of sense, because he could leave, take a left, and then take the next right, and then just know to take the next little, turn left really quick and a right, and then boom, you get to the double road, and then you can go all the way out to North 1st Avenue. See that? Okay, all right. Thank you. I am a freaking weirdo. You're right, I am a freak. Put a 1 if you're a freak. We're all freaks in here. Come on, everybody. Put a 1 if we're all freaks. Thank you very much. Perfectly. Thank you very much. That's exactly what we are in here. We are all freaks. Okay, so go ahead and put a 1 in there if you consider yourself a freak. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And let me just show you that I'm telling you the truth over here. Look. See that? How it goes down and then like that? That's exactly what that is. And then boom. See? I mean, it's literally the same thing. You can see it. Can you guys make that out a little bit? It's smaller, but see how it goes down and then up and then bing, bing, bing. Right there. All right. So let's keep going. Let's do the rest of this one. But hey, guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel. We had Cheryl Bullock earlier, and then not a nickel cent. So we have to get the channel membership gifting, the super chats, etc., and try to reach the goal tonight again. All right, so if you have the ability to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. All right. I almost forgot that we have goals to reach. And then it goes up to, looks like, this road right here. So it comes up here. This is so interesting. If you notice, it's all the red areas that we have where there's no lights. There's also no cameras, and there's no, it's just not the other places that you wouldn't come out from. Okay, then it goes, looks like they have it going to right here. It looks like, yeah, definitely right there. And down this weird little road right there. Huh, it's weird. And why they have it like that. And we're still just at the 1, you guys. So if you could please help support the channel, that'd be great. Terrible start. All right, coming around. Yeah, yep, and then it goes over here. And then around like this. And then, yep, all the way down here. All right, let me save that. Just so it sucks when you don't save it and you lose it all. Isn't that weird? I mean, look at this. And look, it's going to come out away from the intersection over here, where there's a light, where there's a camera. And look, there was no other way out, and they didn't want to get to the main road over there. I don't know if they thought that there was a, well, I mean, I guess if they'd kept going up here, there is a camera at that intersection. This one, I don't think there is one here. Jeez, you guys, come on, not another one of these nights, please. I don't know. I don't think these aren't really the same. I don't know what that is. That kind of looks like it could be a camera. But yeah, they definitely don't look like the other cameras. Let's see, because now if I would like to see if this was a camera, that'd be a big deal for what we're looking at here. I don't think that those are. I'd like to know what that is right there. Thanks, Wild Bill. I guess nobody else heard me there, but hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Now, what's that one over there? Is that more of like a 3? I'm trying to find out what this camera is at the top up here. Yes, that's not a camera. I don't know. I didn't. I mean, some of those could be cameras. You know, I just don't think that they are, though. You know. So this is the Annie's map so far, just like this. And we'll keep going. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Private properties. Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. Right there, and then it looks like it basically just goes straight down and then out. All right, so it's right at that intersection now. And notice how it doesn't make it to where there's a camera. And then it looks like it goes right to here. And then across like that. Yep. And that one's sort of a bigger type of road there. And I don't know why, what this map, how this came out. I'm not sure why they end it somewhere, though. How did that happen? Like, what's the point of... Yeah, they have it come down like this. And then here, North La something. Yeah, I think that's it. Maybe not. I think it's... What's this one? West River Road. Oh yeah, well it goes... Okay, so it goes down to here, and then it goes up a little bit. Does it go through the intersection now? I think it goes through this intersection. Yeah, C-A-N. Right. So it does make it through here. And then the edge of it's right there, looks like. Something about River Road. Oh, that's kind of a hard one. That last part. It has something. Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe it just goes right down to here. Like that, and then up here to there. Yep, and then around. Does anybody know what the origin of this map is? And then I guess to here, and then just sort of like in this parking lot, like that. That's what they have. So that's it right there. Okay, and see there it is right there. See how it's the same? Just kind of look at it there, look at it there, look at it there, look at it there. See? It's the same thing. So isn't that interesting how it avoids exactly what we were talking about yesterday? Remember how when we put the cameras all around like that, and then all the way around to here, and then there's the way out of it is through between that camera and like this one. You're going right out of that space. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know how they have this area or what it means. Or thanks, Alley Cake, Wild Bill Wassman, and Michelle H. Okay, so we have that. Now let's take a look at, let's draw this thing right here. The big area that says pink shaded area is law enforcement requested camera area. So let's see if we can figure that out. So Annie's right there, Nancy's right here, and then is that Sunrise Drive? Yeah, over here. So it's kind of like right in this area. Hey, wow. Thanks, Suzeth. Going around about being a girl about something we did was supposed to do. You might not have heard, or maybe you'll have an after that. All it was like usually getting angry and all uptight. You can say what you want to spell my name right. Ultimately, Guthrie is rocking the house. That's what the room was all about. It's me and the damn tail all your friends. And you don't wait till you see me again. This way I can hear from the horse's mouth right then and there. We can straight it out. There we go. There we go. Hey, thanks, Suzeth. Jason Bourne's like, what the hell are you? All right, let's see. I'm just trying to get the one pin first up here. So this goes right up like this. And then from here, I can almost see it. I'm right there. Yep, and then that's sort of the upper little piece. So it's almost like right here. Okay, you got it? That's right. Boom chakalaka. Yeah. Hey, thanks a lot there. Suzef. So close. Right there. And then yeah, I mean this is it. Okay, the one corner of the pin is like right there for their bigger map, right? I'll make these like red or something. No, how about green? There we go. There's one of them. And then the lower one. Oh, it's kind of missing the corner, but I could almost see it. So they're looking at East River Road. Okay, so this is East River Road right here. And then so it's just straight down below Nancy's house. It's down. Does that do that? Yeah, okay, so here we go. Right there. This is basically the other spot right here. That's one of the, another one of the angles. So I think this will be pretty interesting for us. If you were here yesterday, it's pretty interesting. We actually on Street View, we went around the entire area of the main roads and marked down where there were cameras. So if you look at this one, let me just show you what these look like right here. So when we say that there's a camera, I think that's exactly what these are. Don't you guys agree? Like that's what a camera looks like. And they're on all the corners when this happens. There's one up there, you see. And then I think there's, I think there might just be just those two directions. But I think there's even one up there too. There's one there and there. So I'm pretty sure. Now, what do you mean those aren't cameras? Yes, they are cameras. What do you think they are? I'm certain that's what they are. I've seen them. That's what a camera looks like. Nah, there's other ones for the lights. I mean, you know, if you can prove to me that they're not, then I'll have to go back and redo them. But let's see. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on. So the cameras, they look like this. Traffic enforcement cameras. They look like that. I think that looks pretty damn close. And that's in Arizona even. Let's see if we can find ones that are actually on the poles like that. You know, let's see. Like I'm pretty sure that that's a camera there. I'm like literally 99%. Like for example, look it. That's a camera. Okay, that's for photo radar and stuff like that, but it takes images, right? So you got that one, and I don't know if they're always taking pictures and video and then storing, but like look at, there's one right there. See that? There's a perfect example. So maybe it's more of a like a traffic, like see that one there? That's exactly what that is. See? So I'm not going to accept what you're saying. Okay, if you can prove otherwise, let me know. But I'm not going to. Now maybe there's other cameras. Right, I mean, maybe they're cameras for, like, if you go through a red light or something like that. But maybe there's other cameras that are actually always filming, too. I mean, I think those cameras film, like, everything. They just keep filming and filming and filming. And then you can go back and pull what you need. And then there's other, like, radar cameras, right? Like, somebody's speeding and then it turns on and then it records. Yeah, but thanks for disrupting the show. Thank you very much. All right, let's see if we can get to the... so right near the end of this path here, right on... right there, there's where the other pin goes. Hold on. Yep. Yeah, it's like right there. See that? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Randizzle. I'm just showing you what I believe are cameras. All right, so we go up here, and let's see where the other one is. Goes up this street right here, and then it looks like it goes to like something Chola Boulevard. Is that what this one is? Yeah. And that's right here. Yep. So there's the other pin right there. And now we can draw the map that they have. All right. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and do it. So here to there. And then what happened to the one that was down here? Oh, there it is. Right there. And then right over here. There you go. And then we make the color the same one maybe that they got. Area, sort of a pink, maybe like that, and then make it like 50%. There you go. So there you go. That is their map where they want camera footage. And then look where it is compared to, it's almost exactly what we went over yesterday. You got to admit, that's pretty weird, right? Like my original area is this area right here, right? And that's right in there. And then they add in some of the other stuff. Now we also went down here and showed where other cameras were. But this road right there is definitely the inner perimeter that I was talking about. And then look right here. Isn't this incredible? I mean, I don't know if you guys, I mean, I wish all of you had been watching, because what you're seeing right now would be a hell of a lot cooler to you. But like yesterday, we went around and see all these red pins right here, these red ones? Those are all exits from the area. But they're red because we deemed them to be like almost useless, just ridiculous. You know, like you'd have to go driving around on various streets. The blue pins right here were ones that would make sense from Nancy's house. For example, this one right here, you drive this direction, turn right, and come up here, and then boom. Or a better way would be like right here. You leave her house, you turn right, and then you take the first left on a street, and then you're right out onto the street there. That's why it's blue, because that's a very simple thing to remember. And then from the house here, they could have driven this direction, and then the first right you get to after that first one. So there's one right there, you just go. After that, the first right that I get to, I turn, and boom, you're right out on the main street there, okay? This one here didn't make as much sense. There'd be no reason to go like this way, down, and then take another right, go like this. It's more complicated. So we got rid of that one. This one is very simple too. So from the house, you would drive this direction, turn left, go straight until you have to take the second left after that, and then boom, you're right out on the street. So that one was good. Then none of these other ones were good at all. This one actually made sense because it's the same as Annie's route. You come here, and when you got to this street there, you take a left. So instead of going right, you take a left right there, and it takes you right down to this blue dot right there. So that's an easy way to get the hell out of there. Okay. But then we went all the way to the other side of my inner perimeter area. As a matter of fact, let's turn off. Well, you can see it when I just turned that on just then. See this? Watch. See that thing? I'm going to blink it on and off. See that? That was one of the areas, but we switched it up last night and went down to that next street. So I think it's in here maybe this one. Yeah, there you go. See that one? I'll change the color on that so you can see it better. All right, watch this. See, look how amazing that is. It fits right into that little map that they put out. But using that inner perimeter right there, because those are main streets the closest street that's a main street from Nancy's house on all four sides. That's what this green line is here. However, the only spot on the left-hand side that made any sense at all was right there, and that's exactly where Annie's map goes out. I don't know. That seems pretty interesting to me. I don't know what her map is, or like what, I guess it matters like what the derivation of the map is, where it came from. But isn't it amazing that the one blue dot that we had with the two streets, you come out right there. And then from there, you can go north, south. But if you go all the way up to the top north, you'll run into traffic cameras. If you go all the way to the south, you run into a traffic camera. So as we were talking about last night, if this person was aware of where all the cameras were, he's not going to do that. So when he comes out right here, he drives up, and look at this. He takes a left right here, a really contrived route. And this here, if this is a real route that somebody took that Annie's putting in here, that would indicate that the person knew what they were doing. I mean, that they lived there. There's no way in hell you'd have to know this like the back of your hand to take that left turn here and get out of here, right? Oh, let me go. Oh, and you go over there, you get lost. Come around this corner, it's crazy. I mean, I guess it might be the only street and most of them are homes in there, but then, you know, you could have turned left there or right. So I guess in reality, I mean, it just seems like it's too random to just kind of come up with it. So they come out, and then they get to the street here, and then look at that. They don't go near the camera over here. See, we talked about this. See that camera? He didn't go near there. Then he drives up this direction and then turns before if these other intersections had cameras, like for example, something else that's on that intersection that I was looking at was a camera, he avoided that too. But he also didn't go to that one. And then goes up here and then drives this direction. And I mean, I'd love to know where this came from. You know, this map that she has. But look how wild this is too. I mean, I didn't even really think about this map, but look how our area that we have is almost literally what we were looking at. We went to this road, so I guess they added in, you know, like this part here is in there, but look at this. This is all stuff we were doing. All right, there you go. Thanks, Randizzle Randy. All right, let's see. So we got that. And look at all the... I wonder why they don't think anything over here. See, that means they must have sort of eliminated this. See, this is what makes it interesting, because I've said from the beginning that I think law enforcement has a... You know, they've seen a movement. Like they've actually seen a vehicle moving around, in my opinion. What screen are we on here? So we got that one and this one. Okay. And then we were on, was it this one? Oh yeah. Yes, we were on a different one than that. I don't know. But I think that they, when they went and looked at the surveillance cameras, they were able to find some cameras that had, let me just turn this on. They had a light moving around, and that's all you need, right? Like if it's 2:35 in the morning, 2:28, her pacemaker stops connecting to the unit, and then 2:35, she gets, they're at least already moving at that point. So let's say between 2:35, 2:30, and I would even just go 2:28 and 2:45, you start seeing lights in the neighborhood on cameras. Even if you can't see the car, you can see the direction of the vehicle on the camera. So they're probably following something out of the area, but they just can't get a good view of it because it's such a horrendous place for surveillance cameras. So maybe they do. They see it kind of coming by. This is exactly what I was saying that they might be able to do. That they could see the lights going by. Like let's say this house has a camera and they see the light go by. And then maybe this house saw a little glimmer of something. And then they don't pick it up on this intersection down here. So then at that point, they say, well, shit, it must have gone north. Because it would have gone down there. And maybe there's other cameras that filmed the street that did not pick up a light when it should have. Okay, so then they go, it must have gone north. And lo and behold, they go up here and they were able to pick up other movement. So you have a continuation of light, even though you don't know what the kind of car it is or anything like that, but you can see that there's movement going around at a time of night where there isn't very many people moving around. I think this area is sort of like more elderly people, kind of a retirement sort of area. And then it goes up here, and maybe they did the same thing. Perhaps a camera over here. Let's take a look. But hey, guys, if you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be awesome. Thank you. Okay, so a flock camera, is that good? Or, well, send it to me, Susie Green. I don't know where he took her. But it's weird, too, because it feels like he took her somewhere close in here. Yeah, so I don't know if there's a camera over here somewhere that's filming the street. This is kind of a really crappy place here, too, because these are all walls, and there's anybody that has cameras over there, they're not filming the street. So it could have been, though, that there's cameras on these homes that were filming the street and they did not continue seeing it. A vehicle. So they narrowed it to a street that avoids that direction. And then it goes this way. And then I don't know how they got this one, but wouldn't that be crazy if some of these, you know, I'm acting as though, you know, Annie or whatever has some information about this route here. I don't know how she got it or what it means, but this has been out for a while, this piece of information. What do you guys think of that? Where do you think he took her? Man, I don't know. Maybe he took her to a house first and then took her somewhere else after that. I'd be kind of dumb to take her to a house, though. Why not? Just send me the link, Susie, so I don't have to spend time on the show looking for it. That's what I'm asking. That's interesting. So they seem to... Remember how they quickly debunked this one right here? Remember when that truck or that vehicle that drove by this house and everybody was like excited about it because it was at a pretty good time? That's that's outside of the zone. Watch this. See that? That's not in there. So they don't, that's why they said we don't believe that's a car. Because none of this stuff over here is associated with their map. So it's almost like they ruled out this area and that the vehicle went sort of over this direction east. Or west, I mean, excuse me. Pretty interesting, right? See how valuable that was? Like yesterday we spent a lot of the show coming up with where the cameras are. And then I thought today we could put in like whatever this Annie's route is. Just blue line and yellow markers. Annie map path to community. Not sure what that means. Yeah. I don't know what that means. Annie's path to community. Is there any way to figure out what that is? Let's see. It might not mean anything. And what's really important here is this map, the fuchsia one up there. It says the map put out by Annie Guthrie relates to the ongoing investigation into the disappearance of 84-year-old mother. The map highlighted a potential route her mother's abductor might have taken to leave the neighborhood, stretching for several miles from West Sunset Road. Okay, but how did it... where did she come up with the potential route? Potential route based on her deep, lifelong knowledge of the neighborhood, coupled with a strategic logic of how okay, come on. You know what? I think Gemini sucks, man. I actually caught Gemini was answering questions the other day, and I challenged it on some stuff, and he go, but you acted like that was true, and it goes, yeah, I know, it was like apologizing. And okay, so this was from, okay, here it is. I see a Facebook post on it under in Vinnie Politan. Says Annie Guthrie had a group chat with neighbors and sent this map to them at the beginning of the investigation. See, I remember seeing that. Hoping they might have seen something or had video. This map has been out there, but I was curious today about that 5830 North Genemadis Drive address she marked. The home is owned by 83-year-old man who just passed away 2 weeks ago. Has anyone heard of that? I didn't see that she actually put addresses on her map. Thanks, Allie Cake. But hey, guys, we're only about a quarter of the nightly goal, believe it or not. So we had the one Suz F1, but other than that, wow, big time struggle here. So if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, that allows us to keep doing. I think these are good shows. So if we can help support the channel, that would be great. We need a challenge of some sort. Who's going to do one? All right, well, I think that element is really, that's all I got on that. No, yeah, we need more information to do something with it, But that's where we're at. I think there's something in here. What I keep thinking about is that they snuck through, like between here, which is interesting because that's exactly how Annie's map turns out. And then they kind of kept, and then it probably avoided this road because I'm sure that there's another camera like right here. I would have bet. If we go down to here, look up. Yeah, I mean, there we go. So, I mean, there's cameras everywhere. And so that means they avoided major intersections. Like every time, I would think. So that had camera, and did we come up? This is the one that didn't have one, is that right? Yeah, I think this is the one that doesn't have it. The same type. I mean, it could be that they have different kinds there. Yeah, and I mean, isn't it interesting though how she has this set up almost like she was watching the show, I don't think he just pulled over for the night with a body in his car. That doesn't make a lot of sense. I think he took off right away. He got out of Dodge. I just want to, God, so there's a camera here, and then he's sort of in this area then, unless he kind of sneaks through again on a side street into another quadrant. See, that's the whole thing is, if you knew the area really good, or really well, you would be able to navigate through bypassing, like for example, let's say you came here and you drove up like this, and then you come out right there, and then you wait for, at that time of night you wouldn't have to wait for anything, and you just drive right across the street. Well, you know, the camera's over there, so it's not picking you up. And then you come up there, and then maybe you can somehow avoid even this one. You know, you come up here, you know, is that another one with a light? I almost want to go ahead and, yeah, if you send me that link with the cameras, that'd be cool. But how do we get a challenge going, you guys? Oh yeah, I was thinking of doing this again. Somebody told me my intro's too long, so I was thinking of making a shorter one. Hey, thanks, Babs. Yeah, we're $8 short of a third of the goal. And if people are wondering, on this channel we've donated $295,000 since January of 2020. And my channel needs to have an income to survive, and then we donate thousands each month out of the ad revenue, the super chats, etc., to various true crime related charity. This month isn't that great, but we've already given 500 out, so hopefully we'll be able to do more. So if you can please consider supporting the channel. Doesn't seem like there's a good reason why we're dead as a doornail again. Sure why I shut down these. Fuck. Alright, so now let's talk about what the hell's in this backpack, you guys. Now it's 30 seconds long, I guess. I mean, a lot of times people just want it to be like, we get right into the topic, or they get too lazy and leave. Yeah, so when you look at this video here, you see a guy who, you know, doesn't look nervous at all. He's just walking around, ho-humming his way, just, oh yeah, I gotta get rid of this camera, blah, blah, blah. You know? Yeah, sort of quietly doing things, just trying to get the camera off. Thank you, D. Cerna. Right there. You know, it's sort of interesting when he's even so confident that when you see this light right here in his mouth, you know, right there, that's a little bit of the light right there. He's so confident with that at this point the light is beaming through the side of this glass right here. He's not worried that somebody inside the house is going to see the light from the mouth light that he's got, that it's going to be seen by anybody inside the house. Isn't that weird? Like, he just doesn't care. I hadn't even thought of that before. But look where that is. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Look at that. You can even see, I didn't even notice that before, but inside the house, see there's a chair right there. I wonder if that's part of the mahjong table, or is that's the dining room right there. Huh. Yeah, so you can see the two, looks like a dining room chair. Oh, and there was a lamp right there. Huh. Just straight ahead on something. Thanks, Wild Bill. He said, let's get a wave going. All right, how about you guys jump in on that one? We are past halfway through the month, and we need to keep on trucking. It's weird. Well, anyways, you know, so here's this individual right here. And if he's just going in to get Nancy out of the home, what the hell's in that backpack? You know, so he's going in to get Nancy out of the house, but he's got this backpack that is just chock filled. Never seen what before. I mean, we've been playing this for months. You know, it's weird too because it's filled, right? I mean, look at that. That's a full backpack. What does he have in there? Maybe he prepared for something much more grim leaving, but he didn't need to because she walked with him. You know, maybe he's got some sort of a, you know, something to wrap her in, and he was going to like pull her out of there because regardless of what was happening, he was going to take her out of the home. If you go with the nut job theory, he wasn't even going to, you know, it didn't matter if she lived or not. As a matter of fact, she was never going to live. And the whole ransom thing is just a ruse to create sort of emotional response of the public, and then they just watch and revel and say, oh, look at that, I'm the one that did that. Yeah, guys, we only have 4 gifted memberships tonight. What's the deal there? When you say, what do you mean wheel? What do you mean wheel? I don't get it. Yeah, there's just one. There's one mark right here. This is the only spot where, you know, what is that? I don't know what that is. I mean, what's weird about it, another thing that's weird about it is you got a nice round dot there, and all of a sudden in between there, so a footprint obviously didn't step on it when there was just a round piece of blood there, or it would have got this one and this one. This is like 1 inch right there. Okay, so there's, I don't know what that is. Maybe that was, you know, law enforcement after swabbing it and so forth on the ground. It made it look like that. I don't know. It just seems kind of odd if a foot, you know, maybe a foot was, there was a footstep, but then where are the other footsteps? It would have kept transferring a little bit more. So to me, there was a drop, something, or, you know, something was there, you'd step on it and it would make that shape, but then it would have continued. So I don't know what that is. Okay, people want to say that it's a foot impression, etc., but we don't know. Yeah, what's the thing about the wheel? What are you talking about? Yeah, nobody was removed with a dolly. Okay, I understand you're saying that. Anything is, quote, possible, but that's not what happened. All right? Just think about that logically for a minute. Okay? He parked his vehicle, and he went and got a dolly and put her in it when she's still alive. Okay? That makes no sense. But man, it seems to be pretty packed, filled with stuff. Why are you sending me fire cameras? Somebody else. I don't get it. Alright, this thing right here. Okay, here's the Catalina foothills. Where does it show the cameras? Flock, safety, automatic, license plate recognition. Okay, I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for cameras. She lives somewhere down in... I don't see... What do I need to click on? I need to quickly get to what we want to look at here. There's nothing... There's no cameras listed anywhere. You said flock, safety, automatic, but where are they? I don't see anything. Yeah, I just don't see it. I thought you said this map had everything on it. It looks different? What do you mean it looks different? Hey, it's not very likely, it's not likely at all, the Andre. It's ludicrous to believe that a wheelbarrow was used. Okay? Just letting you know. Alright, so it looked like this. Say I used Firefox. It worked, but it didn't work on Chrome. And so, let's see. It's up here, though. So how do you get to the correct... the area up here? Okay, just a second. It's very likely you're wrong. They used a wheelbarrow. Oh, Jesus. Give me a break. So they put a wheelbarrow inside the home and were wheeling her around, and then her head was hanging over the edge, and then she coughed on the ground, and then they kept going. Okay. Wow. Listen, if you're just coming here for the first time, how about this? It's very likely that you were lied to by other YouTubers that you watch every day because they care about sensationalism and putting out absolutely unlikely scenarios to get everybody ginned up. I'm going to just tell you what the reality likely is. Is it possible they put a wheelbarrow in the house? Anything is possible, okay? Is it likely? No way. How do you know, Gray? No, I have a brain that functions. It's weird. All right, let's see. We go to there. And it's just going to... But where are the flock cameras in this area? How come they only show up here? Like, what's the deal there? UA flock ALPRs 7 September. I don't know how to use this page, and I don't have the time. I thought you were going to make it something really easy for me. I mean, why are there just this little cluster here? Okay, I'm going to get out of here. Forget it. But hey guys, can you please help support the channel tonight? We're still just at a third. Is there something I'm doing incorrectly tonight? All right, here we go. Okay. Thanks, Susie. Hey, wow, look at that. Phyllis Watson has a challenge. Finally, somebody out there. She says, hi, Gray. Hi, freaks. If we get 5 donated memberships, I'll donate 10, she said. Wow. So that's 2 for 1ers, you guys. You guys can help me out with that, right? You just do 1 membership, and then she'll do, if 5 of you just do 1, she'll do 10, okay? And that'll get us to like around 60-something%, just like that. Somebody be the first one, okay? Hey, there's Wild Bill Wassman. All right. Thank you. And good to see you there, Phyllis. I haven't seen you for a few days. I don't know. What kinds of things do you think were in there? Wheelbarrow grease? In that backpack, he's got wheelbarrow grease and a wrench to fix the wheelbarrow when he gets there? Or... I wonder if he had some other... you know, more clothing or something, you know, like something else to put on. I don't know, he seemed like he was ready to go. I don't know. And he could have had duct tape, and, you know, we've talked about that before, duct tape, things like that. All right, guys, we need 3 more. Hey, look at that, we got Lori Bach. Shake my head. Lori Bach, shake my head. Could it be a home? No, it's not. Well, look at. See, Lynn said, could it be a homeless person? Now, my answer, if I'm being completely, you know, sure, it's possible it's a homeless person. But no, I don't believe whatsoever that this is a homeless person. Yeah, so a tarp. Maybe a tarp, their original plan was to, if she put up a fight, they were just going to kill her and wrap her up in the tarp and pull her out, but she more willingly left and was walking. Something like that. Yeah. Anything is possible, right, Jason? Anything is possible. Yeah. And thank you up there to Chicken Wing and Wild Bill Wassman and Lori Bach. So we need 2 more of those. Thanks, Chicken Wing. Yes, your chopped liver. Jesus. It could have been the Dodgers' first baseman. Yeah, right. It could also be Bigfoot who shaved. We just don't know at this point. If I get more details on that, I'll let you know. And that's if you believe that there is a Bigfoot-like creature, you know, half Neanderthal and perhaps chimpanzee or something. Maybe a gorilla. Open the door to somehow she knew. No, I don't. Here's what I think happened if you guys want to know. I think that here, I'll just do my thing again. So the individual drove up. I think there's just one person. Now, it could be that there was somebody else driving the vehicle. That's as far as I'll go with there being somebody else. But I think that there was only one person that entered the home. And I think he went up to the front door at 1:47. The video that we see right here, this stuff right here, all of this, like this is probably 1:46, and then right here is 1:47-ish, and then boom, the camera's off there. That's 1:47. That's what I think. I think that's exactly what time that is. He's removing the camera, and moments later is when it lost connectivity. And after he did that, he said to himself, and by the way, like I've said before, he only removed the camera there because he knows that he's going to be pulling a car up to right there. Pulling the car up over here is stupid because, first of all, you'd have to carry them further into, like, backwards, and then maybe put her into the trunk, and then to get out of there, you'd have to back out. It's crazy, right? So it's obvious to me that the camera was removed because they're going to be parking a car there. But after removing the camera at 1:47, they likely would have wanted to... and by the way, while I'm telling the story, can the other 2 gifted memberships happen, you guys, so we can get to the challenge? It's not a difficult one tonight. All right, it's literally a 5 for 10er. Okay, so if you guys could please help support the channel, that would be fantastic. There's Lisa and Wild Bill Wassman. Thank you. All right, we did it. Boom. All right, right there at 1:47. They would have walked away for 15 or 20 minutes to see if by removing the camera, did they alert anybody? Did anybody show up because of that? Hey, thank you so much there, Phyllis Watson. Thank you. And so they left for 15 or 20 minutes to see if somebody was going to show up after the alert. They knew that they set off the camera. The light was on. They knew that they were on camera, etc. They removed the camera so that the car, when they pull it up, won't be on camera. Then they walked away for 15 or 20 minutes, and then perhaps they felt safe. And now, remember the other time when he was there. For example, let's show the picture, this one, right there, this time. Look how he's right there. He knows he's on the camera at that time. So what if on this dry run, he walked away and he noted they never showed up. Law enforcement never showed up, and I activated that camera. So when he came on the night of the abduction, he felt really confident in his own, you know, that even if he sets this off, nobody's going to be showing up at 2-something in the morning. And nobody's going to be alerted. Nobody's going to, you know, find out anything. So I think he, this is like on this dry run here, maybe a different night, he knew that they weren't going to be showing up. So then, after he waited the 20 minutes or so, he may have parked the car like in a spot like that. That's a really incredible spot, by the way. I mean, it's just like right there, way down a driveway, blocked by the trees, and then you park right there, and then a vehicle driving this way isn't going to see you, and you can see all the way down that direction. And so they drive wherever they put the vehicle. They drive it into the area. This is on the single person version. They drive it in like this, come around and park right there. And that would be something like 207 or 8. They get out of the vehicle, and as soon as they make it into the backyard, they eventually get close enough, and there's enough light change and shift that it set off one of the cameras at 212 back here. There's a camera right there, that little nodule that's sticking out right there, that is a camera. He may not even have known that one existed. There's another camera that's right here, and that little darkness you see right there is the solar panel for it. It's right there. So either one of these two cameras picked up motion at 212, and I think that's right around the time that somebody's going to be entering the home. All right, so they go into the backyard at around 212, and then they obviously, we know that a door was propped open right over here. There's claims that the gate was also propped open, and then apparently he goes into the house, and I bet you he confronted Nancy at like 2:15, let's say. Like 2:15, and law enforcement, like I've said before, knows exactly when that moment is because of her pacemaker information that would be stored. And so that's at 2:15. And then 2:28, 13 minutes later, there is no more connectivity from her pacemaker to the unit inside the home. And I think that's right around the time that she's removed out the front door into the waiting vehicle that was right here, and they took off. And they probably went something, I actually think this route that Annie put in here, this one was something that was making a lot of sense to me yesterday because it's easy, and it's also not on the main roads. So it's really interesting. So he went this way, and he got out of there, and I don't know where he went after that. Well, she doesn't lock her doors, apparently. He might have tested it out. He was probably prepared. Maybe that's some of the stuff he had in the backpack, to try to get into the house, too. What do you think of that? Yeah, but anyways, thanks so much again up there to Phyllis Watson. So right now we are 115 short of reaching the goal for the night. All right, so see if we can get there somehow throughout the rest of the evening. No forced entry. I don't understand people who don't lock their doors. Well, I think older people might even keep them unlocked more because it was such a habit. When, what's weird is, why can't we leave our doors unlocked? Doesn't that bother you that we can't leave our doors unlocked? I think that's ridiculous. Hey, thanks, girl mom. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Without law and order, you have no civil society. And I just think it sucks that we live in a world where you gotta just barricade yourselves in because there's some nutjob out there that thinks they have the right to just break in and do whatever the hell they want. Yeah, I gotta use the restroom for a minute. I'm not going to be resting, though. No, I'm just kidding. I got to go. I'm getting a headache right now. I got to take some ibuprofen. All right? And I'm thinking about having an ibuprofen party later. I know some of you might be having a card holder, a party, but I'm going to be having an ibuprofen party. They're really fun. You sit around, you take like 6 or 7 of them, and you notice that your aches and pains aren't there anymore, and you're really happy and jovial. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and get some, and I'll be back in a minute. What's going on, freaks? All right. How the heck are you guys doing? Yeah, I like that tone, that music. Da 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 da. Let me do it. When I sing it, it's just as good, right? Da 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 da. Da-da-da-da. No? Okay, forget it. Shut up, Gray, you bastard. Yeah, so let's see what we were just doing. Yeah, so that's kind of how I think things went down. And as we've been talking about more recently, it feels like this guy, could just be a nut job, you know? Like an actual just, and then you go, well, anybody that would abduct an 84, you know what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about, like, this person did this just for the thrill of it. Like, this is something they get off on. Now Phyllis has to take some ibuprofen. Yeah. All right. So think about how good it all works this way. There's a guy that sort of, he's like a serial killer kind of, just that kind of a person, And he just he's like an arsonist who sets a fire and he wants to see and just enjoy all of the interaction that's going on in the media and everything. And his deal is the ransom notes. So it's sort of like, the killers who send in letters or things like that. His are the ransom notes. So he goes to the house, and his whole goal is, just like I think, is to abduct Nancy Guthrie. She's not going to live. That's never been part of it. He abducts her, he kills her, and now he wants, and because she's famous, he knows that he's going to get a lot of exposure, and he wants to have direct communication. So then he sends the ransom notes. And she's not alive. He's never able to prove anything. Now, if there is an apology in the second one that people claim, then I might think differently about it. Yeah, because it's a little weird if you're like one of these nut job types. You wouldn't really give a shit about that. Okay, so if there's an apology in the second one, then I'll modify that a little bit. But that's the best part about it is you don't have to, there's nothing that you go back and go, well, that doesn't make sense because there's nothing, right? Yeah, and well, yeah, that's obviously, like we've been saying, I've been saying forever, I think this person is living kind of in the area. He lives close by. He's not somebody that traveled miles and miles and miles just to do this. I think this person or either that or they've been there before. There's people, like, remember in the Delphi case, people were saying, man, the person must know the area to be able to have known to go down the hill across. And one of the thoughts was they could have been somebody that lived there before and knew the area, right? And so it turns out, though, that in that case, Richard Allen lived in the area. Yeah, well, you don't know, Lisa, right? I mean, it could be, he could have done it. Maybe he did. Who the hell knows? We'll just have to wait and see. See, one of the things that people do is they picture a scenario in their head, so that rules all their thoughts. And I just think it's better to kind of have a general idea, and then don't get too specific with things that, like, oh, there's no way he's going to, come on. All right, guys, we're still just stuck right around, we're not even at 60-something% right now. So I think we're at 62%. So if you guys can help support the channel, we got to, like I said before, we're 115 short of reaching the minimum goal. So if you guys have the ability to, that would be great. We're just been frozen here for another 20 minutes. Yeah, it's tunnel vision. People go, oh, this guy's like this, so therefore discounting things that are really sort of mundane. They don't need to do that. Yeah, well, they're saying, they've been reporting that there was like an apology in the second one. And if they believe the first two are correct, I'm just not, you'd have to show it to me and then prove to me that he wrote them. You know, and I think we could. I think if we could see the ransom letters, we might be able to determine ourselves if we think they're real. And you know what sucks is the people that got to read them, they don't know the case. You know, that's the thing. It's like you got these people who got to read the ransom notes, like Harvey. He doesn't know this case at all, man. He doesn't know anything about it. He just knows his ransom notes. And so when they read the ransom notes, they don't know what the hell they're reading. They don't know how it fits into the whole scenario. Yeah. So the thing is I bet you if someone like me or the, you know, I don't know, there's, to be honest, there's very few people that actually know the case. Like, we actually know the deeper, like, how stuff's going along and how it kind of fits together. I think there's probably like 5 or 6 of us that if you gave it to us, we could look at it and go, oh, man, look at this. And know for certain that this was written by the person because of the information that's in there. But the people that do get to read them, they just sort of move on to the next thing. Like we've covered other cases too, but we've covered this one in so much depth that we all know it really well over here. Unfortunately, I don't get the views. I don't get the, 8,000 people watching, staring at absolutely nothing. It's really, it's kind of depressing, to be honest. But if anybody had been here the whole time, you'd see, like, we're way ahead of what you always see people talking about. I would say the main ones here are the expirated blood. I was the first person and immediately noticed it the second the video came out that Brian Enton put out. I said that. And for weeks, nobody even picked up and said, yeah, I think it's expirated blood. It took a long time. I even sent that to Joseph Scott Morgan, and I said, look, I think this is expirated blood. And he goes, yeah, think of Jody Arias, And that's funny because I already had said this is expirated blood, and look at Jody Arias' sink and showed it on my show. I just remember him from that case. So we've said that here. And that makes a big difference in the case because it means that she is alive leaving the home. And I think she was walking. And I think she just sort of was crouched over a little bit. I have some AI-generated images from the other day. But if you don't watch my channel, you wouldn't have seen them. So let's see if we can maybe load those up again. Now, like, here's some sort of examples, kind of using the same image. See how there's a car right there? I think that's such a cool, and obviously it doesn't look quite like this over there. But, car parked right there and, kind of walking her. Maybe that's when she coughed right there. There's different images, maybe this angle, cough down there. Got bare feet. He's got his shoes on. And then just sort of walks her down the path into the vehicle. Something like that. This is what I think is what's happening here. Now, it could be that her hands or something like that were tied behind her back or something, but we don't know. Yeah, it's not aspirated, it's expirated. Aspiration, even though that one FBI guy keeps saying that over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, he's sort of correct because when you're breathing it in, it's aspirated. But then when you expirate, that's when it creates the pattern on the ground, and that's what everybody's talking about. So when he keeps saying it's aspirated blood, that's not correct. All right. Yeah. All right, you guys, any chance you guys could help support the channel? We got to keep on going here tonight. We need another challenge. Perhaps one more challenge would get us to, we'd almost be getting near the finish line. We'd need another one after that, but it's just trying to make it work, you guys. This is the part that sucks, is to have to keep on. You know, I explained to you guys this last night. Again. She was alive when she left, which was a huge part of the time. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's a big deal, you know. And so many other people weren't saying that. Oh, she was carried out like a burrito. I mean, who are these people, man? She was carried out like a burrito? But she's alive. What do you mean? If they're carried like a burrito and there's one on one and one on the other, how is she dripping blood straight down on the ground? Well, you get that when you're sort of standing, bent over a little bit, and you cough, and then the blood's dripping. Now, when you're walking, you're not stepping on your own blood, because any blood that's dripping down and you're swinging your leg hits the leg, and it's just the blood that makes it through that hits the ground, and you're going to not step on that. Yeah, we were saying that earlier. Backpack looks full. Yeah, we don't know, Davey, do we? We don't know. I think that it's the perfect storm. This the location of this case, etc. It's just really bad. You know, with all the homes being raised, and like they're off the street level, back from the street. There are bushes, etc. Yeah, I had to remove your comment earlier underneath the video, KM. You were so incorrect, it was embarrassing, so I got rid of it. It was just like, oh my God, you're all over the place. I didn't want people to read it. It's crazy. Let's see. I have any of your ever took a ride in a wheelbarrow? Maybe when I was a kid. Yeah, there's no wheelbarrow. Yeah. I can't even remember what you said. I remember reading it earlier and just going, wow, whew, what was that? I took a ride. I was trying to protect you, though. Like, Jesus, are you kidding me? Whoa. I think it's funny how, like, you lay out something that's just almost flawlessly logical, and somebody just has to come up with something. And whenever they come up with something, it's never as logical. It's something that's, quote, possible, but not likely at all. It's really, really strange why people do that. Let's see. Wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow. Yeah. Let's see. I can't even remember what you wrote in there. KM95. It was something about. It was just. It made no sense at all. Mm-hmm. So how do we get another challenge going, you guys? All right, we got. So I don't know what to really guess at what's in the backpack. You know, it's sort of a. To me, it's kind of not really a very valuable exercise, because we have no idea what's in the backpack, and we can all just sit there and pretend. Like, hey, maybe he brought a big blanket or something to put her in. Maybe he had a change of clothes, and yeah, maybe this, maybe that. He also could have a collapsible bazooka in there. We just don't know at this point, you know? Yeah, so we just don't know. Maybe he's got a miniature inner tube that he can blow up. You know, we just don't know. Maybe there's some, you know, that's the thing. It's just like we can sit there and guess over and over and over, and we're just not going to get to know what's in it. I think a better one, though, would be to try to figure out why, if the door was propped open in the back, you know, was that really, did he do that for an escape route, or did he do that as a ruse? Wouldn't it be interesting if he was that well organized? Hey, wow, look at that. Saturn dreaming of Mercury. Thank you. Somebody actually wanted to help support the channel tonight. Other than the same people that are always helping. Thank you. Saturn dreaming of Mercury. All right. Yeah, cool. So what does that put us at? We're still like 70 something. Let's see. Yeah, we need like 75 more, I think, to reach the minimum goal. That'd be sweet. But wouldn't it be interesting if this person was so well organized that he actually planned out, even like saying, I'm going to take her out the front. I'm going to remove the camera. But they won't know that I moved her out the front. So I'll open up the back doors to get them looking over there for stuff. But I'm really going to take her out the front. But he could also just have had it open, like if somebody showed up at the house, boom, he bolts out. The side gate being propped open, that's weird to me. That part doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense. You know? So let's say somebody shows up to the house. I can see the prop door here because this is Nancy's room right here. Yeah, this is a better way to do it. So this is Nancy's room. This is the little patio. And then her bed is right back. You can't really see it, but like, let's see. Let me just draw on here. Well, let's see. I can do it over here. There we go. So her bed is like right in there. I wouldn't say it's that big, but the head of her, you know, where her pillow is right there. All right. Then, you know, so let's say they're in the house and somebody shows up, and they would bolt out. You know, I don't know where the door is or anything, but they somehow would make it back around to here, or not there. It's right over here, and then run out. And then once you run out, what do? Jump over the, you know, so you come out, the door's right there. You come out, and it seems like it'd be better to then hop over this fence and you're sort of in the middle of the wood. You're over here somewhere. But why would, if you open up this gate over here, then you bolt out and you take a hard right and then you're right there and the cars are here, it just seems like you're throwing yourself right back at the people where they're at. You know, like, oh, hey, somebody showed up and you're running out near where they're at. That doesn't really imply anything, Jason. It just means that the gate's open. I think it makes more sense to come out onto the porch, jump over a wall over here. If you come out over here, and there's people that showed up there, and you got an alert, oh, there's people coming. Why would you come out the side where you're right there next to them? I think you would want to jump over here and run the hell, you know, out somewhere else. And get on your walkie if you got one and go, hey, come on. I just think it's ridiculous to, like, you come out there and then you also go out this thing. I'm not sure that that's real, that this was propped open. I think that this was propped open. But I could imagine this being propped open by law enforcement and then somebody later thinking that, wow, that was propped open. You know, we don't know at this point. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I don't know when you say the back gate propped open implies solo escape because he had no lookout. I don't know. I just don't know. Why would you open up that one? Why wouldn't you just open the back door? If he had no lookout, he goes out the back door and then he hops over. I think that's all I would do. I don't know if I would say, hey, let me open up that side gate so then I can run right back to where the people would be that showed up to the house. The back gate is locked in. I'd actually keep it. I would actually, if I was somebody like that, would keep the gate locked. Because once you go out the back, then you're sort of safe because somebody else would have to hop over the fence to even know that you were there. I would go like bolt out. Now, if this was open, somebody could just easily walk back there and get him, if they'd shown up. I don't know. I guess there's about 1,000 ways you could look at it. The back cameras were not removed. We already know that, Linda. Yeah, so we already know that they weren't removed, so they were both there. Who? What? They ran to a house nearby. What are you talking about? Come on, Rachel. Give me something better than that. Matt, what do you say? What's opinion if they ran to a house nearby? Oh, you mean asking. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're asking me the question. I thought you were saying they went to a house nearby and started asking questions. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, no, now there's people that say that there's these homes over here that are abandoned. I think it was this one. And that, what's amazing? The house that was abandoned is the exact house. This is the house that people said was abandoned. That's where that parking spot is, which I already had, which is crazy, right? Like, wouldn't that be amazing? That's the part that is kind of strange. Like, if you just live, let's just say you lived right here, and there's no camera, and there's no camera, there's no camera, there's no camera, there's no camera. You pull in there, you abduct her, get in the car, drive home, go right there. How the hell would they? I mean, nobody knows what kind of car it is. You could live right there. I mean, it's strange. I don't know. What do you think? Look, and then the brothers. I don't know about that. Look at it. Here we go. We got Lynn saying, could the suspect sprayed something inside to vent outside? What? Could the suspect sprayed something inside to vent outside? No. I mean, I technically can't say no to those questions worded that way. So when you said, could this, I can't say no. I'd like to, but I'm not allowed to. I want so badly to just say no. That's absolutely impossible. Come on, Lisa, you gotta make them. It's okay. You gotta be more like neutral in there because of the prop doors open. You mean he sprayed inside the house some sort of gas? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I think he was close. I mean, we've been talking about in here that the person might live close by because, do you guys remember when they had the Bluetooth sniffer helicopter that was flying around trying to, like, detect Nancy's Bluetooth using a little stronger Bluetooth sniffer? They were flying around in the neighborhood. Why is that? Yeah, I don't think so, Lynn. I don't. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think you'd need to pepper spray Nancy. Yeah, so remember that, like, the helicopter was flying around. They were right there in the neighborhood to try to detect Nancy's pacemaker. Why is that? I mean, that was days into it, man, and they've already been over some surveillance footage. So you got to ask yourself, why would they do that? It almost feels like they thought that she's in the area. And if you look, that's exactly what this sort of suggests. You know, these different cameras, they haven't been able to figure out where the person went. And they must have known the area because they're local to be able to get around and avoid all of the different lights. See what I'm saying? So I think the, I'd really like to know the reality of if they were all propped open. I guess, if you propped open that side gate there, we have video, you can see it. There's a little pot. That pot right there, I think they just slid over. But if you propped it open yourself, why would you do that? It seems like you'd want it to be sort of isolated in there so that you can get out and just hop over the fence so that nobody, let's say a cop showed up and then walked around the gate and then you run out the back, boom, you're toast. If it's locked, a cop's generally not going to hop over a fence like that. Just for the hell of it. They'd walk through it if it was open, Now, Banfield and her source, the guy, he's the one that said that they were both propped open. And we need some more leaks, don't you think? We need some other leaks going on. And by the way, can you guys hit the like button for me, please? All right, it's pretty easy. What you do is you take your finger or your thumb, whatever device you're using, and you literally just press the button that's a like, all right? So we're going to go ahead and try to get that hit by going like this. All right, 5, 15, 20. Hit that like button, 40, 45, 50. Hit that like button, 60, 65, 70. Hit that like button, hit that like button. It's the easiest damn thing in the world to do. You choose your nose, use your toes, whatever blows. Hit that like button. 30, now 5, I'm 35. All right. Savannah said the doors were propped open in her interview. Oh, yeah, she said that too. That's right. She said it also. But that just verified that what Ashley Banfield said was true. You see, so that was cool when Savannah said that. That gave a lot of credibility to her source. So she said, yeah, the doors were propped open. That's right. That was on when she was on the Today Show, right? We should go. Maybe we should listen to that again. She said some interesting things in that. The Today Show. She said that the doors were propped open. She said doors. What does that mean? I don't know if you refer to a gate as a door. There are 2 doors underneath in this undercovered area, though. No, just one. Yeah, 2 of them. There's one over here, and then there's one over here. But I guess it's, could have been this one, too. Because that's a door. It's not a gate. But I guess, maybe you would refer to that like that. Elder card, don't know what that means. Security door over the door. Security door over the door. Yeah, the side one has, oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right. So it has the security metal door over the actual normal wooden door. So maybe that is what that was. The doors were propped open. That's right. I think we talked about that, didn't we? That's what we decided back then, I think. It's been a while since we saw that. Hey, so all of you guys out there, anybody want to call in? Be cool to get some people's thoughts. We got the let me get the number out there. Where is it? Right there. Boom. All right, so call in and let's get your ideas and thoughts on this. The second ransom note that suggests she's dead. Another joke? I don't know what that means, Boomer. What do you mean another joke? Yeah, we know the second that ransom note suggested that she was dead, and that's why Savannah Guthrie sounded the way she sounded. But hey, you guys, we need one more challenge going in here tonight, and we'll get closer to the goal. See if we can get one. Did they ever? Back door was wide open. How hard is it to get federal warrant? I don't know. Why are you asking the question? To leave a card day or more after at time of event. Well, the card that was left on the door was from when she was missing. I guess somebody from like elderly. I don't remember what the name of the organization is, but left a card on the door. Yeah, Savannah's not behind anything, Boomer. Yeah. Just letting you know, okay? But you're welcome to go sell that on other channels. Mine doesn't accept that, okay? Yeah, that's troll level sort of commenting. It's not like a legitimate thought process of any kind. Well, maybe they can get a warrant quicker, so they did that. You guys still think it's those guys? The Daily, he did the interview and everything. He just said, yeah, he had nothing to do with it. I mean, I don't know. I'm not thinking he has something to do with it. I know that another YouTuber who really peddles in sensationalism, he's always done it that way, but he tries to come off as sort of reason, he just started playing the daily videos again. And sort of, ooh, wow, look what he's really, anybody can do that. You play a video and you start implying that certain things mean something, and then people start believing it. You just won't get that over here. What happened this time? Yeah, see, like Jim, see that last comment you just made? How come you can't control yourself to not make those? You always have some kind of gross, I mean, come on, man. I don't know why you can't just, we've talked about this 40 times. And her neighbor with the sons and charges cases with daily. I don't know, man. I don't know. So who's going to call in? Why don't you call in and discuss the case? Lynn, how about you, Lynn? Well, how about I'll do a challenge then? If you guys do 5 memberships, I'll donate 5 myself after this one that Rachel just did. So if you guys give 5 memberships, then I will donate 5. All right, and then we'll just, hopefully that'll just be it. Thank you, Rachel. But we need 5 right now, okay? Well, there's Saturn dreaming of Mercury, so okay. Well, there you go. All right. Well, thank you. Oh shit. And here's my 5. There we go. All right, cool. All right, welcome all the new freaks out there. You got what? You sent me something? Someone else call in for me. Come on, Lynn. You're always... I like when you call in. Yeah, my nose is... It's not as free breathing as it used to be. I like wearing, you know, those Breathe Right strips. I wear those at night. Those things are amazing. They just wide open. You know. But it's, yeah. I know it's funny to you, but we've talked about that kind of stuff. I know you don't mean to offend people, but just, you know. Was hired to take camera off. No, he wasn't hired to take the camera off. He took the camera off. That's what he did. Hey, thanks, Jim Lawn. I mean, I know that you're just goofing around, having fun, but it's no big deal. Just try to avoid those types like that. But thank you, Jim Lawn. I love to have the interior designs. I figured out some of the stuff just based on images that we have. Like, for example, the mahjong table's right there, and there's a little window inside that cove. And then just behind them was the dining room. And we just saw that, so there's probably a chair, like, right there. And then a wall, maybe like this, and then you can kind of go that direction or that way. But, you know, it's just hard to put all the pieces together. I know this wall's there because I've seen the shot with the fireplace, this window, and that window. I've seen that one. And then we've seen her in her room with the window there and the bed's here, and there's a wall behind there. And then from outside we can see these three windows, and this is the undercovered area. This window here I can see in one of the images of the daughter. I mean, I think it's, I don't know if it's Savannah or whatever, from a long time ago. There's a door there and a kitchen. And then that's the garage door that you can see. That's the one that when you know, her daughter and her husband came over, and you know, they walked her through the garage to this door, and then they went this way, and then the garage door shut, and then she went into the house past the mahjong table. Thank you, Randizzle Randy. Wow, you guys see that by Phyllis Watson? If the likes hit 200, she'll send in 50. Oh boy, come on you guys, hit that like button for me. We've only got 180. Hell, I'll even... How do I hit it? Come on, you guys. Hit the like button for me. Help out. You can do it. You can do it. Let's see. What are we at? What are we at? I'm just checking. I gotta try to hit the like button myself. All right, 193. Come on, you guys. We need 7 more. Who can do it? Just get out and hit the like button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hit that like button. 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button. It's so damn easy. It's unbelievable. It might be that we have 80 trolls watching and they don't want to hit it. But if 7 more of you hit the like button, you'll help the channel out tremendously. And we're at 195 now. We need 5 more. Come on, you guys. You can do it. I see 195. You got to refresh there, Paulette. That's sad. You got 275 watching, 195 likes. That means 80 people just can't be bothered. Or they're trolls, either way. Okay, 196. We need 4 more. Come on. What happens, Phyllis, if we get right to 200 and then as you're about to send it, somebody takes away the like? We're at 196, you guys. We need, yeah, there's 197 now. We need 3 more, you guys. You can do it. Ding, 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 ding. 199, 199. Come on, 1 more. You can do it. Who's going to do it, man? The 1 like. We get to 200. Just, do you see 200? I just see 199. Anybody else see 200? Oh, 201. There we go. Hey, look at that. That's amazing. We got there. Well, somebody took 1 away, but we did reach 200. Okay, so that's all that counts, right? Is that right, Phyllis? Somebody took 1 away, though. They were like, how dare you? How dare you? I'm taking it away, Gray. Yeah, the phone lines are open, Timothy. Did you just get here? We've been going over a whole bunch of cool stuff tonight. Megan, send it in as a coffee. That'd be good. You know, I heard from Nicholas Freeman. He's the brother of Angela Freeman. Remember that? Hey, thank you. Hey, I was going to play. Oh, there it is. Hey, there it is. Ah. God, it's been so long.
Call from
Cecil. Timothy Cecil.
Hello, Timothy Cecil. What the hell is going on? Jesus.
I've been watching like the whole time, man. I was in and out of the chat. So I heard all the theories you were talking about, what was in the bag maybe and stuff like that, the backpack. So
yeah,
which really, like you said, it's not really that important because, well, I mean, it kind of, I guess it could be if we could find out what it was, but we don't really have any point of reference to go off of, so we really have no idea at all. So my thing, I would say, if I was being serious, would be like a rope maybe in there, like a rope. I don't know if he restrained her or not. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
I
it's like people like to just talk about, hey, wait, maybe what's in there, but I like to have some sort of hint of something that you can go, well, no, because you could literally say whatever the hell you want is in there, and I can't say it's not. You could say that there's a raw chicken inside of a plastic bag, and you don't even have to explain it. I go, well, how come? I just do, and I can't say, well, there isn't. I can just go, doesn't seem very likely there'd be a raw chicken in there. But
right.
That's the thing. Right. It just sort of, there's a certain, I don't know. What was the other case that was just like that? It was oh yeah, everybody was saying what they can see that he had underneath like a jacket.
Oh, Richard Allen.
Yeah, Richard Allen. Like, yeah, the bridge guy video. Everybody was just kept saying stuff. Well, he's got
and they were saying some crazy stuff, like he was smoking a cigar on the bridge. And,
yeah,
it was crazy. It got really out of hand. So
yeah,
it's kind of like this case too, but yeah, it got more out of hand than even this one. So
I mean, like if you think he's a lone wolf kidnapper, and which is my original theory, I mean, still is like my main theory that he's just by himself. then he probably would have to have everything that he needs, you know, in the backpack. And so what's interesting, too, is my theory where I have him, he removes the camera, and then he goes and gets his car. But then how does he drive the car with the big backpack on his back? You know, you'd be squished into the steering wheel. So did he take off the backpack, drive, and then put the backpack on again? And then you would say, well, then why the hell did he have his backpack with him at 147 when he was just going to remove it with some random, you know, with his hands or a bush? You know, so it almost feels like that's where you envision another person driving, because you would think that he just might walk off a bit, wait the 20 minutes, and come back, or maybe, you know, or maybe he had stuff in the backpack. I don't know, man. Right? That's the thing. It's like if he has to wait 20 minutes to see if anybody's going to show up, why does he need the full backpack right then? Wouldn't you leave it in your car and then go get it as you're moving the car up, then put the backpack on? See, that's one of those, you know, things where you go, well, maybe there is something to the walkie-talkie in his pants, and there was just another person that's going to drive. And then everything sort of
that exposes him.
Well, yeah, but he was standing there, and then he just, after he activates the camera, he could just walk off into the woods somewhere and wait, and he's still on the walkie-talkie, and they're like, nope, nobody's coming. All right, go in. And then he goes in, and then he's got the backpack already. Then he goes in, he does what he does, and when he's leaving, he calls, he radios again and says, okay, I'm ready. And then the car pulls up, and then boom, they both put her in the car. One of them controls her, and then he leaves. But that sort of takes away the nut job theory at that point, because now it's like two people, and then that would be more likely the ransom gone wrong theory. That one. I think it's weird.
It takes away the nut job theory, but it does make the crime more efficient. But it also, I don't know. But then it's riskier, because then you have that person that's involved, where, you know, you're always thinking, well, will he say something? Like, you'd have to threaten him, that person.
Yeah.
You like kill him or something if they try to say anything.
Because
I don't know. I mean,
the backpack is so full, I can't really picture him getting into a car and then being able to sit back and then move it. Now, he easily could have just taken it off and then driven and then put it right back on again. I mean, it's not hard to do that. But then you might say, well, why did he have it on when he... What do you think out there, Jason Bourne? Why would he...
I mean,
you know, the backpack, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think he might have had like tools in there or something, just in case something he didn't anticipate.
Yeah, it could have been.
Like,
yeah, it could have been like he just had his backpack that's sort of ready to do different things, and then okay, I got the thing off without needing anything else. So then he goes back to the car, takes the backpack off, drives the vehicle, and then puts it back on. Well, we don't even know if he put it back on. You know, I mean,
no, we
that's
don't,
just
we
sort
don't
of
know,
a guess
because we can't see him after that.
Yeah, so he could have actually, he thought, man, I might need some gear to get into this house or to do some various things, and then when he got to the car, he realized, oh, you know, I don't need. I mean, that's funny how we've all assumed that he went into the house with the backpack, but now we could even say, well, how do we even know that he went into the house with the backpack?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, I'm more like, I lean more towards the one person, just because, I don't know, I think a lot of these kind of crimes are committed by one person, but of course I could be wrong, but I just lean that direction, you know?
Yeah.
And like, until proven otherwise, so, like, that's just what I've known from like people. They're usually just single crazy people.
I think I brought up the same problem before about the backpack, and then we came up with the same answer, that inside the backpack might be something to help him. You know, he might have thought, okay, I need, you know, if it's more complex to get this camera off or something. But I mean, what else was in that bag, you know? He probably did have stuff in the backpack to break in to the house if it's not locked.
Right, and that's what that's the most most likely theory, I would say. Yeah.
But what's taking up
Of what he
all
had
the
in the
bulk?
back.
You know, it almost seems like there's something that's cloth in there because it's so tight and fills it up. You know, it's almost like if you took a backpack
I think some people are saying like
and you put a
tarp or
pillow in
something.
there. Yeah, something like that. But it's like it just totally fills out. It's not like you see a bulge hitting a certain spot. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like what people are saying is like either it's some type of like bed sheets material or like a tarp for like forensic stuff, maybe like because he didn't. I don't think he knew what was going to happen in there. So like if he had to like drag her out, you know, or something because she was like unconscious, then he could put her on there. See what I mean? Stuff like that. Maybe.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying earlier in the show. Is maybe he had something in there where if he got in there and he. You know, he might have was like, okay, I might have to just kill her while she's in here because I don't think she was ever going to live, you know. So he's going to kill her when she's in there and get her out. But then it turns out that she was sort of, if she had fought, right? But in this case, maybe she's a little bit more compliant, and he was able to get her just to walk out. And it takes a hell of a lot of pressure of carrying a body. I mean, when it's so hard, like she probably weighed, I don't know, 140 or something. It seems like that'd be really difficult to, you know, just to get her out and then down the drive. And we know that she was still alive, but I'm saying, let's say he had planned to go in there and just kill her and get her out wrapped up in something. I think that'd be just so much more difficult than having somebody
and then
walk.
It takes more time, and then someone sees, maybe drives by, and you're like, oh shit, you know.
Yeah.
While you're doing it, like. It's just I don't know. I can't remember if there was like steps or anything from. Well, no, wait, I can. So it's like it was like a roundabout, right?
Well, it's just like a curved driveway, and then there's like 2 or 3 steps that go up from the driveway to the flat. I think just 2 steps, and then.
Right, but you still have to drag the person down the steps, and then.
Yeah, all the way through the house too, probably. You know?
Yeah. That would suck. But I have a feeling he had something like that maybe in there folded in. That's why there's so much. That's why there's so much bulk in there because those are pretty big. So. All right, well,
he could have also had a collapsible bazooka. We just don't know.
Or a baton or something. Yeah.
Hey, you can't tell me it's not possible, Gray. Is it possible that? Yeah, that's what I always tell people. The thing that I hate the most is, I mean, we all do it. I'm just saying, in the true crime world, when somebody says, hey, Gray, is it possible that? Oh, man. You know?
Well, I mean, I did hear that people were talking about he had the backpack on because he came up on a motorcycle. And I did hear that theory, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, can you imagine trying to...
Yeah, right. So you have this video of a guy on a motorcycle with a body hanging over the back part, the back of the bicycle. Or she's still alive, has a helmet on herself, and he's like, give me a ride, Johnny! And they're just having fun. I mean, that makes no sense when people... Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, he's driving down the street. So the cops see this guy on a motorcycle, and she's got a nightgown on and bare feet and a helmet. And they just go, wow, look at how funny that is. Okay, let's do something.
That's so normal. Hey, let's go over here and see what's going on over here. That's so normal.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I'll let someone else call in, hopefully Jason or someone. But all right, nice talking to you, though, man.
Yeah, you too. All right, see you.
All right, see you. Bye.
Yeah, well, there's tire tracks over here, but there's people that live there that drove cars, so we don't know when the tire tracks were made. I mean, this is an old image here. You can't really use that. I do have the ones that you're talking about, though. I'm not sure if they're like on my main. Yeah, I think this one. Yeah, like right there. I mean, I don't know when those were made. Maybe that was the night before when Tommaso dropped her off. We don't know. And then there's also a track, whatever that is. I don't know. That almost seems like drag marks. Wouldn't it be interesting if the car was parked? I mean, it looks. I don't know if it continues on a little bit, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's her. You'd have to bring her all the way over to there. Then, I mean, you would just take her here. Unless, I don't know. I'd like to know what law enforcement makes of these marks like that and over there. I mean, they seem like they sort of are looking at these in that picture, maybe. Don't know. Yeah, I think it is Johnny. or Jim. Yeah, well, I just showed you those. I don't know what those marks are. I thought they were tire marks, but they didn't make sense. I originally thought those were tire marks, but they didn't make sense later because those are too close to each other. Unless there's another tire mark over there, but it's still like why the edges of your tire don't dig down. There should be sort of like the other one looked like. See, that didn't look like that. Well, Jason, are you calling in or what? We got a half hour left, probably. Or more, I don't know. Oh, yeah, so we had Randizzle Randy. Oh, it's freezing up over here. Yeah, you call in, Chicken Wing. Jason doesn't want to call in tonight. Come on, you guys. You can do it. Maybe a portable hose to water plants from landscapers. That's hilarious. Oh yeah.
Call from
James, aka Jason Bourne.
All right.
Hey.
What's going on? Anything is possible.
Well, when you have a big imagination, that's especially true.
Yeah, it's amazing. What's in that backpack?
Yeah, well, so I think that there's some fair statements to make about that and using common sense. And so first thing I would think that would be in a backpack, which it was discussed, but it's still very viable. It's not necessarily bulky, but there's no way that we can assume that he knew that door or back door was open when he came up to it.
Yeah, he probably had to have something to get in there.
Right, because you think if by chance he went there thinking, okay, I made all this big elaborate plan, and I go to try, whatever door, and it's locked, well, now he's going to have to break in and make noise if he doesn't have a tool with him, So he would have to plan for that eventuality. He'd have to say, like, okay, there's a chance that it's going to be locked, so I have to have a picking tool of some sort. And, that probably would take up very little space, so it's inconsequential, in terms of explaining a big fluffy backpack. But the other item that I was thinking that he would have would be, and this would be a reason for him to take the backpack into the house with him. So let's just say he's going into the house and he is unfamiliar with what he is going to find. So he doesn't really know his way around in there. I'm just theorizing. So if he doesn't know his way around there, let's just say he's got his bite light still in his mouth. So let's just say he's using that and he's kind of, shining it around to find, where maybe a bedroom is. And, he might have had an idea where it was if he was watching from the outside and he saw a certain light turn off, and then he would conclude that maybe that would be her bedroom. But so anyway, if he had the bite light in his mouth, he would know eventually that when he found her in the room, that if he was going to have to issue any commands, that he couldn't have the bite light in his mouth because he'd spit it out. He couldn't speak with it in his mouth. So that would mean that he would have to have prepared in advance a way to deal with that. And he certainly, wouldn't want a chance of drooling and stuff in the house. So you'd think he'd want to get it out of his mouth pretty quick once he understood.
I wonder if he was thinking that deep into it, like that part. Like, oh boy, if I got this in there, he could have been.
If you got that many layers of clothing to prevent DNA contamination, you are thinking, gloves. But anyway, so to follow that through, so another item that could have been in the backpack, and I know again this doesn't take up much space, but it just could have been some type of small vial that he could just hold over his lips and very gently spit into it, and so it could get out of his mouth without his gloves having to touch it. And that would be a way then to transfer it out, put it back in the backpack. And then now he cannot have to worry about having anything on his gloves. Because anything he touches, like if he got any spit on his gloves, then that would be transferred to anything
so
that
he would just
touch.
have to kind of like open it up and spit in it.
Yeah, but not hard spit. Like if you
just let it drop out of your mouth. You just let it drop out of your mouth.
Yeah. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, but a problem with that might be like maybe there was like a side pocket he did that in, because I mean if he had other stuff he might be using for the crime in there and he just dropped his drool covered light on top of, let's say, a towel or a blanket he might have used or something, then that would get on the ground. So it seemed like he would be more, he wouldn't just sort of let it fall amongst all the other items,
But if it had some screw-on lid and it just, you put it back in the backpack, it's all clean and sealed.
Well, how did you get the screw-on lid on it?
Well, if it's a vial, let's just say if it's some type of vial, right, that has a screw-on lid, like a child-proof lid or whatever, right, and it seals, you just, maybe something like...
Oh, I see. In the backpack, you just have a plastic, like an old photographer, the film canister, little tiny, the little plastic
Exactly.
thing. You can just open it up, drop it in, put the lid on it. Okay.
Yep. Seal-proof. So that's two observations. Now, when you're asking, like, well, what else could be in the backpack? Oh, God. It is fluffy and it's filled out. So those objects that are in there, or object, doesn't look like it's hard against the backpack.
It is some sort of a fabric of some kind, it seems like.
Right. And so, and again, we could say, like, well, we're just guessing at what it could be, because at that point we don't know. But I'm just throwing out ideas. So let's just say he wanted to transport her, and he wanted to make sure that there wasn't fiber transfer, or he wanted to minimize fiber transfer, and maybe he wanted to make sure she was secured and comforted, because he was transporting, cargo that was very precious, if indeed it's a ransom type of situation. And so if that was the case, you'd want her to be comfortable if you're putting her in the back of a trunk, but you still would want her to be secured. So one thing that you might do is put a sleeping bag in there. It would just leave enough room for her head to come out the top so she could breathe. And, I don't know if that would make it easy to carry her like that.
It'd have to be a really thin sort of, down, one of those little tiny ones, and just sort of squished it in there.
Or one of those cheap sleeping bags that don't have much of a lining, they're just kind of thin. But it didn't even have to be that, but it does look like it's rounded out. Like, so when you fold up a tarp, usually it'll have like sharp edges on the corners when you fold it. And it doesn't look like that. It looks like, fluffy fabric in that bag. It's like a pillow almost, like you guys were talking earlier.
It's sort of interesting how it seems to be like he doesn't have the weight distributed correctly on it. Like it's more heavy, like it's on the left side more. You know, if you look at it straight from the back, he is tilted that way, but even if he was straight, you know, I don't know if maybe his tilting is what's. It looked like there's some weight to it, you know?
I was going to say, so one thing is that, you know, when a backpack is on someone's back, and I'm sure you've experienced this as well, if you've had any weight in a backpack, is that when you lean over in any direction, if you don't have the backpack strapped around your waist as well, it'll fall off to one side, the side that you're leaning toward, because it's got lots of weight in it.
Mm-hmm. Now, he's kind of like he was leaning in the picture that way, but it seems like it was sort of already like that. By the way he turned when he, I don't know. It might not be on very tight.
You know, and in my thinking, you know, like I do think that a car pulled up in there and it went down, you know, as far as, you know, him bringing it out, pretty much like you say. But I just, you know, I think he had something in there that was relevant to making her secured in such a way so that he could leave there and go and get the car and then come back. And I'm just, you know, because there has to be an explanation of why the backpack is full. Mm-hmm. There has to be. He has it there. He intends on taking it inside. So it exists for a reason that is central to helping him with the crime.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be a piece of lock picking thing that looks like an Allen wrench or something in a pill vial. We know there's more in there than that.
But you have him go. You want him to. He needs to like have her. He might have like tied her up and strapped her down when he went to get the car to move it there, but then undid all that so that she could walk out with her own feet.
Exactly.
It might have just taken a moment, and he put all that crap back in the backpack, and then he, so maybe he tied her to a chair or something in the room, and then he, but I mean, you have to do something where she absolutely can't do anything. So maybe it's something more than that, but like, you know, and then he goes out, gets the car, moves it into the position, and then I guess he then would have to go around the back again. Maybe that's why he has that side gate open then. That makes sense.
So that's
hey, there you go. That would be a reason to have that side gate open. When he moved the car back, he goes down the driveway, goes in the side gate, and then he just walks right back in, gets her, unties her, and then moves her out the front. There you go.
So yes, these are why we have these good conversations.
Actually, that's pretty interesting now, because now the side gate actually makes sense. Instead of going all around the back, hopping over the wall again, you can just easily. So when he hopped over the fence the first time, and then propped open the door and then the gate, because now from the inside you can unlock it. So then he opens it up, and then puts the pot on it. And then later, when he goes and gets the car, now he has an easy way to get back into the house, and then goes inside the home, unties up Nancy, goes out the front door, puts her in the car, and takes off. That's crazy. All right.
Will he or will he not be picked up by the garage-facing camera that's mounted on the pool house?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's all these things like that, you know, because that would cause a problem. But we don't know. Maybe that one wasn't working. You know, I mean, the thing is they never mentioned that one. And I don't think that camera is associated with them knowing that at 9:48 the garage door opened, and then the garage door shut at 9:50. I don't think that's associated with that. I think it's something digital inside the, related to the garage door that knew the time of that. I don't think.
I do.
Yeah.
I still have an explanation though because it just wasn't the back gate, the one that could be reached over the top and unlocked. It wasn't just that one. It was another door on the back that was unlocked and opened up as well, right?
Yeah, underneath. Yeah, so the gate, that's what I'm saying. He propped open the door that's right here. It's the one on the undercovered area that's right underneath to the left, and then he also had the gate propped open. So then when he comes back, So maybe the back, you could dual purpose for the one in the back for escape purposes. But then the one on the side makes it just really easy to get back into the house again. Because you're sort of working now, right? You're like if you're doing something, so now you're going to make everything as easy as possible for you. So that gate was open, so that after, let's see, you know what? It's weird. So after he tied her up, could be when he did all that, so he goes into the house, he ties her up, and then, so, because there's absolutely time for all this. So at 2:12, he's about to go into the home. And then like 2:13 or 14, he interacts with her. He ties her up, makes sure she can't move. Let's say at 12, 6, what it would be. Probably like 4 minutes later, you'd have her already tied up, duct tape, rip it up. 2:16, he goes out, he props open the back door, and then as he's going out the side gate, he props that open. 2:17 or 18, then, it could even be later than this. I'm just saying, it could be, let's say it takes 8 minutes to tie her up. So he gets into the house so it's 2:12, and he has her tied up by 2:19, let's just say 7 minutes. Then he props open the back door as he's exiting with the pots. He props open the gate, goes out, makes his way to his vehicle, drives it back around, parks it, then goes through the side gate again, and then goes inside the house. Now you'd think, well, how come the 212 camera didn't pick him up? I don't know. But let's just say he goes back inside the home. He's probably back in there at like 2:23 or so. And then, at that time, 2:28 is when her pacemaker stopped connected. So just a few minutes later, he's out the door with her. So it might be like, let's push back everything I just said a little bit. So he goes into the house at 2:13. Maybe by 2:21, he has her tied up. Opens the gate up at 2:20, the back door, 2:22, 2:23. The side gate's open, goes over and gets to the car. Gets to the car at like 2:24 or 2:25-ish, pulls it up, goes to the side, goes into the house, and boom, just constant motion, gets her out of the, I guess there's some untying. So, I mean, however you want to shift the time, there's definitely time to do all that. Between 2:12 and 2:28, 16 minutes,
Well, one thing I'm thinking is that, you would think that he would want to avoid touching as many things as possible. Like you wouldn't want any unnecessary contact. Right, but still, I mean, just as a matter of precaution, that you would. And so I guess the way I kind of see it is that, so if we're going with a nut job theory, which to me makes a lot of sense, that, and somebody's certainly crazy enough to do it on their own, that they know that they can sit in a little getaway car wherever they are at, and they can listen to that scanner, and they can say, okay, coast is clear, I can go. Mm-hmm. But they also know that once they get inside that house, they're running blind because they have no lookout. There's nobody there. And that would be the reason why you would want the back door open. Even maybe the gate, but certainly the back door, because you don't have a lookout. There's nobody looking out for you.
So I say it was like dual purpose. So like he has it open to get escape, but then as he's leaving after he tied her up, because you got to remember he never goes out the front door until the end. I don't believe anyway. He could have though, because there's no, I guess it's possible. It stopped working at 147, so he could have gone out the front door.
Right.
To get to the car, and so then you wouldn't even need the side gate, really. And
you wouldn't trigger anything in the backyard. You wouldn't trigger anything other than when you came in the first time.
Yeah, that would help. Make that logic work. All right, because all these other times he's running around, you'd think, okay, 2:12, there should have been another one at like 2:20, But now if he goes out the front door, because he's already in the home. He might have even just kind of propped the door open, drove the car, went back in that way too, and he never ever went out the back and side area ever again, because that was just for precautionary escape measures. And
that was, see, Go ahead. Yep.
Well, I just don't know if the gate. I mean, I'd like to see proof that the gate was propped open. You know.
Well, I mean, we could say to ourselves that, you know, the forensics team did it or whoever showed up there, but for sure, Annie and Tommaso would know when they showed up because they would be the first on the scene to see that.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
So they certainly would know. And if they told Savannah, if they said, hey, when we got there, this and that was open, I mean, Savannah wasn't there.
Well, she said she said that the doors were propped open. I remember that one interview, but doors. So the thing is that one side door that was open, that's underneath the undercovered area, that has two doors. So that might be the S in plural because it has the security metal door, then it has the door, the normal standard door behind it. All right. And so the gate, I wouldn't know if I would, you know, it seems like you wouldn't call a gate a door, but who the hell knows? Maybe she did. Yeah.
Well, I know if you're blending two things together, you could, you know, because if you're blending two different things, you might call them one just out of convenience, you know, instead of naming both of them.
I would. I know I would. I can tell you that. I would say that.
But anyway, so beyond that, though, I did just want to make sure that the point is clear that, so let's just say hypothetically, if we go with the scenario that it wasn't the nut job and it was the ransom gone wrong, so you do have the getaway driver, and the driver now is alerting the person who goes inside the house. So now this person that goes inside the house is not going in there blind. They do have a lookout. So in this scenario, and just in my opinion, you would have no need to want to leave the back doors open because you know that nobody's coming. You don't have to worry about running out the back door because you got your buddy out there who's looking out, and you know he's already going to tell you long beforehand if there's anything going on. So there's nothing that's going to surprise you. Yeah. And if you think about it from a concealment part of it, that if you're going into a house and let's say he's going in and he doesn't know what he's going to find inside, but he's got his little lockpick there in case he needs to use it. And let's just say that he does use it. So he has to use it, and he gets inside. Well, once he gets inside, now he can hear from the lookout and have that vantage point, but he will want the outside to look the same way as it was when he went in. So he wouldn't leave any doors open behind him. He would want it to look just like you know what I mean? Like you would have no reason to, especially if you're using the front. If the camera was already gone, you're just working in and out of the front door. So if you're leaving to go to the car, you know, and
so it's really so all this stuff sort of makes it seem more like my suggested nut job theory. Actually, I think it was Phyllis who typed in nut job theory or some shit like that. I can't remember, but I think she typed that in. But yeah, because you're right. Like if he had a walkie-talkie, if that's what it is in his pocket, and he had like an earbud, some kind of something, you could hear another lookout person say, hey, there's somebody coming. I guess at that point he would just bolt out the back door, and it would have been just randomly open, not propped open. But if you're by yourself, when he first went in, he may have propped him. I guess, because the other scenario, he would leave it open. He would just blast through because it's at the last, like if the guy tells you they're coming, you have a little more time. Like, okay, you go through, I guess they don't need to already be open, I guess. You just got to get out and get the hell out of there. But the one with it's the nut job theory, you'd want to sort of set it up so you could get out of there. I'm trying to figure out the side gate sort of throws me off a little bit. I just think that doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense. I think you'd be safer if you were by yourself to have the entire backyard sealed in and allowing you just to jump over the fence, because anybody coming to the house would go probably back to the back gate to go see what's going on. Right? So you'd want it locked so they couldn't readily just be back there. So I'm hoping that somehow that's not a real thing. The backside.
It is a little bit, Yeah, it's a little bit difficult, so when I think about the various scenarios about how I could explain why that would be open, it is a little bit more difficult for me. I mean, only because what I'm thinking about is that So if he had done his prior casing and he did it well enough to get close enough to find out that there's no dog in that home, that he's safe to go, he's ready to go, you know, you'd think with that much money riding in a line, he's going to have binoculars, he's going to look over every little speck of the structures, and he would for sure see that garage camera pointed down. Now, he might not know whether it's active or not, or whether it's working.
I think most people would assume it was working. You know. Exactly.
So where I'm going with that is that if you knew it was there, you assumed it was working, then you would assume that if you push that gate open in the back, from the back, if you walked around and you push it open from the backyard, you would trigger that camera. Right?
Well, I think
and you would not want to do that.
The gate, I think, opens into the backyard.
Okay.
I mean, it's a little different.
I know we checked that, but I thought it opened to the out, but maybe it does open to the in.
I remember this because it just, I don't know if you can see the screen, but I think it opened this way and this little pot was slid over. I remember that. We figured
Inward.
So, and it's connected. The hinge side is on the garage door side. So that could be enough in the zone of the camera. Because I would imagine that camera right there, given how they work with those kind of lenses, would still cover the gate there, actually. So
I agree. So there'd be motion detected, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it would.
Yeah.
So that camera might not work, but that could be the 212 time. You know, when that gate was propped open, so it could have been he tied her up, maybe. So maybe he gets into the home first at like 212. I don't know. He gets into the home and there's no motion. He gets back there, but then but the problem is you would think he would get into the home, tie her up first. So I guess it's possible then he got into the house before. Maybe he did get into the house at 2:05 or something. And then he ties her up, maybe. But then it's too early. You know, the 212, I don't know if you're propping open. I'm just trying to make 212 be the side gate. That sort of doesn't work, you know. I think it's the backyard camera, the one that they removed, that picked him up.
Well, if he's alone, he's going to be doing that at the beginning, not at the end. He'd be opening them up at the beginning because that's when he goes in the house. So he'd be thinking, okay, I'm alone now. If anything happens, I got to bolt out of here.
But that would be 212 when he's entering, right?
Right.
So maybe, but see, then wouldn't we hear more about that camera in some of these press conferences? Like, yeah, so we have, I mean, I guess they're not really working, though. That's the thing. So they're working, but they filmed 3 hours of rolling video, meaning it was sort of, I mean, I think we've talked about this, but what these cameras were doing, because the subscription wasn't paid, was it was filming 3 hours of rolling video. So the video, you have 3 hours to watch anything. But as soon as the 3 hours is up, it's hard to say it that way, but it's rolling by. So you have 3 hours that you can watch.
I know what you mean. We've talked about it.
Yeah, so you can watch. I'm talking to like the people that are watching.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, but like you could watch 3 hours. Each clip has 3 hours of time, and that you can watch it, and then it's gone. And it's just sort of like this rolling block of video. And as soon as you get out of that 3 hours, any other motion would write over the other video portions of it. That's why there's little chunks missing from clips and so forth, is because of that. So that camera, all they ever said was at 212, a camera picked up a human. So, like, why isn't there another camera that, that picked them up at different times,
But doesn't it say that it was doesn't it reference the backyard?
No, I'm the one, again, so if you're out there, everybody, I'm the one that came up with by listening to the press conference and Nanos, he said, when he was talking about, he said a human being is picked up on the camera, and then he looked and said, I mean, could it have been an animal? Sure. Okay, now, there isn't a human being alive that if it was an indoor camera would even subconsciously say, could it be an animal? Sure. Right? You just wouldn't do that. So I think it means that the camera's an outdoor camera. That has to be.
So this is a good. So this is a good point. This is a good point because, and I'm just putting this out there, and we may have covered this before, but for others in the chat as well. But so when the sheriff says something like that, and that it could have been an animal, now I've looked at those walls that surround that enclosure in the backyard, and there is some spaces in the blocking of that concrete. It looks like there's it's one block on top of another, so they have spaces in between.
Yeah, I mean, an animal could get in there, but I don't think you have to get too even that technical, because it's really just, he would never say that if it was an indoor camera, right?
But where I'm going, but where I'm going with that is, if you would say something like an animal, you probably aren't going to be talking about the backyard, because the backyard is enclosed. You're probably going to be talking about the camera facing the driveway, because that's where one of them. Well, I mean, animals can run through
but
easily,
I mean, animals
like a cat.
I don't know, but I don't know if they have the raccoons or whatever. All these things can get anywhere, man. Like squirrels, whatever. I mean, they can get into yards. They can do whatever they want, man. I've seen animals everywhere. Hell, I've got chickens that show up in my yard because my neighbor doesn't clip the wings, for God's sake. And we have raccoons that show up in our little backyard. We have rats. We have, mice that show up every once in a while. Yes.
I'm only pointing out that camera there because the gate was propped open. So I'm trying to look for an explanation that would say, okay, that gate can be propped open because someone triggered that camera and went that way. Mm-hmm.
You would think it would have picked up a motion though at 9:48 though. Wouldn't they? It wasn't a person. Well,
they didn't say it didn't.
Yeah, they didn't say it didn't.
They never said that it didn't.
Well, I guess at 9:48 that could be. But they seem to know exactly when the door opened and when the door shut, and that would mean that they had video of it doing that from that camera. It doesn't sound like they've got that. So I don't know when they say it picked up a human. All right, it didn't say they didn't, but if they're putting together a timeline, if they were being so precise to even say when the garage door opened, you would think that they would mention other times it picked up a human or something. You would think, but I guess, maybe they just let us know what they want us to know.
Well, I mean, one thing that would seem reasonable to me is that there would be no reason for that camera to be malfunctioning or inoperable mounted there. I mean, because let's just say someone noticed that, hey, that camera's not working. They had the money to make a quick fix, to get it working again. And why would they just let it stay like that, and because it presumes that if it was not working, that it would have been working like that for a while.
Well, I think it probably, why wouldn't you pay your bill, though? I mean, that's the thing. If they haven't even, her subscription had lapsed, it seems like it just wasn't really thought about too much. So
that is a good point, because if you're not going to think about your bill, you're probably not going to think about your camera if it's not functioning.
Right. I bet it, I would love to know if both of those cameras were working. And I'd like to. I think that the camera that was working is the one in the backyard. The one that's the reason. I think. Remember, they took it off and everything, but they also took the other one too. So who the hell knows, right? I mean, yeah. It'd be cool to try to logically. I just know it's one of the outdoor cameras because he said it could have been an animal.
And even with the picture that you're showing right now on the screen, where you can see the long row of bushes along the driveway, I could see them, if they knew that camera was pointed down that driveway, that they would know that any motion coming down that driveway. So if you come up that driveway, depending on how far that camera is pointed down in that direction, that a motion would trigger it. And so if they did their casing and they knew it was there, one thing they could have done to avoid that, and to also avoid going by Nancy's room on the opposite side of the house, because if they go around that direction, they walk right by your room. But if they want to avoid that, they could just stay right by the bushes by the driveway, but on the opposite side, on the right side of the bushes, go behind that, sneak up behind the pool house, go around the back to the pool house, and there's a shorter fence in the back. Then when you go back there, one part of it is taller, and then the other part looks like you could swing your leg right over and hop over it, right next to the pool house where it joins the pool house. It's a shorter section of brick wall. And
that's the wall I think he jumped over. I think he went over that wall there. Yeah, I don't know how he, I mean, if you walk right along the house, it's right next to her, but you can also walk way over here, and she's not going to hear anything. I mean, you just...
That's what I mean, right around there. You'd be silent around the back of the pool house. Well, no, but
you're probably, I'm not sure if you're caught up. I'm on the left side of the house right now. Like you can go all the way around like that too. If you're far, if you're 60, there's woods, shrubbery all the way over here. But then the other side, you could walk behind that bush and then around the back, and then climb over the wall, sort of hidden there. And then as soon as he walked by, he didn't know that camera. See, that's why I think that camera is the one that picked him up at 212, because if he was paying attention, he would have seen the other one. Like the one in front of the garage, but that one in the backyard is sort of hidden. It's not really, it's not as visible at night.
It would be hard to see. Yeah, that would be hard. You'd have to be casing on the back side of that wall to see that camera was there, right? Is that the only angle that you could see it from? Is if you were casing and you were, because there'd be no other angle to get a visual at that camera, unless you came into the backyard, of course.
Yeah, it seems like this camera here is one that he probably wouldn't have seen if he was just walking around. If he went, I guess if it picks up motion, it probably has a light that shows up on it. So, if you went there another night and went into the backyard, you might have seen it. I don't know.
It makes me also wonder if it would have triggered even somebody walking on the outside of that fence, if it would have kicked on. You know what I mean? Because when the investigators were walking around there the next morning, their heads were clearly above that fence, and that means that if that camera was could pick up motion that was above that fence, that it would trigger someone. The other thing too that I think is kind of interesting is that he had to be really careful about not ripping or tearing anything. So before he went into that house, and those bushes out there are thorny type of bushes. They're not, they have thorns on them. And you would think that what he would think in his mind is, I want to minimize my contact with any vegetation because, just if it ripped off some fibers off of his clothing.
You talked about this stuff a long time ago when you called in, when we were doing this, right? I remember that. You're trying to sneak it back in there. Hey, see, what about this? He goes over the wall, and then he quickly opens up the gate. But this is the camera, and this one over here, it didn't pick up. Maybe because of the angle, it's just not enough movement at that time of night, I don't know. So he quickly jumps over the wall back here, goes over, and then that camera that's on the pool house on the interior side, inside the yard, picks him up at 212, and he hustles over, props open the gate, all within like this 30, 40-second time frame. And then after that, he hustles over, and then he makes his way into the home. And then because he's behind the wall over there, that camera doesn't keep picking him up because that door is around the corner. Yeah, I don't know if you can see what I'm doing here, but around...
I do. I'm looking.
Yeah, so around the corner is where... The door is actually from above is right over here. So it's way hidden around that corner. So once he makes it over there within 30, 40 seconds, now it's not going to record anymore, but he props that door open anyways. And knowing that, hey, I might need these to escape later. And then he goes and confronts Nancy, ties her up and so forth. And then he maybe goes out the front door, gets his car, pulls it around, goes back into the front door, and he never bothered, shutting, and those back doors were just open for escape.
Yeah.
And that's it. That makes it kind of simple, what I just said there.
And not only that, but then you don't have to worry about triggering additional cameras, having additional, and
yeah,
so
and that's why there's no more, because that's I think there's only 3 cameras there. I think there was just the one,
right? Yep.
Unless there's one in the house that we don't know about. I don't know. We thought that at the beginning, but I don't think that exists.
So, and so what seems to me when I look at this is that somebody was first of all, you got to be half out of your mind just to go and take some little old lady out and do what you did to her in the middle of the night anyway. But beyond all that, that if you're going there alone and you're going in blind and you're brazen as it gets, right? Because you're putting yourself, at least for a little bit of time, in jeopardy where you don't know all the variables. You don't have them calculated, so you're relying on just a little bit of luck that, and would it be just the oddest chance that a cop would be roaming around in the Catalina foothills less than a block away, and all of a sudden they get a call, and now they can get there quickly? Well, that would be something that would be very unlikely, but could it happen? Yeah. And would you want to plan for it? Yeah, but you're still running in blind is what I'm saying. Even if you listen to the scanner before you went in, now you're blind once you're on the inside, and you'd have to be very brazen so it fits the profile of the nut job, because...
Yeah. See, you've come around to the nut job theory. It's good. It does work.
I have. And it because the other things that were very strange is the way that the ransom letters were constructed in such a way that it certainly made it look like, hey, I'm real. I created these real Bitcoin accounts, and I put information in here that only the ransomer is going to know. Except, guess what? I didn't really want the ransom. I just wanted the notoriety. I wanted the thrill.
What do we do if there is? Like the second one's really like an apologetic sounding thing. That kind of bugs.
Then we have to go back.
Yeah, we have to switch it, right? Or could that just be part of his craziness? He's just. That seems weird that you would have remorse if you're that psycho to do this.
As soon as you introduce 2 people, in my opinion, the nut job theory is pretty much out. Because people working in concert to have a beef and want to do that as part of a cycle thing.
But him apologizing doesn't introduce somebody yet.
It just
means if he apologizes, it means that he. Then you go, okay, if he's apologizing, that means it was really a ransom that went wrong, and if that's the case, then we do probably have to add in that he had a walkie-talkie, that he was talking to a person and they just pulled up, and then the back doors. I guess, he could have just propped them open anyways, because even if he got the call saying, hey, man, they're here, he just, boom, he's out of there, So it's, the apology kind of switches things around a little bit.
Well, the one thing is that here's the interesting thing is, so the guy who's on the porch, we watch his activities, we see what he does. And by the way, your narration was just cracking me up when you were like narrating what he was thinking. Like, I'll go over.
Yeah, that's what it was like, right? That's what he was thinking.
Oh, it was great. I loved it. But anyway, so we see this guy on the porch, and we see that he improvises in the moment, right? He's faced with having to solve a problem. He doesn't want to rip his gloves on there. He puts a little bit of pressure, and it doesn't work. And he said, okay, I'll improvise. And so he did. He grabbed, the stems and used them as a loop. And so, it suggests that he is an intelligent person. But what we also have to conclude then is that if this was a ransom, and if, for example, it's a solo person who did it for ransom, it also means he was the author of those 2 ransom notes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're seeing.
Well, I think
you're seeing somebody. Yeah. You're seeing somebody who not only is very savvy about you know, improvising on the spot, but he's like this master of all trades where he knows how to set up the Bitcoin and the multiple VPNs to evade people. And, you know, so, I mean, if we're assigning all those attributes to this one person, it's a very interesting thing, you know, because it's like there's not a...
I don't agree with these experts out there that say that he's an idiot at all. As a matter of fact, you know, the thing is, even if it is a ransom gone wrong, it could easily be just the same exact by himself, just like we were saying. There doesn't have to be another person that's moving the car around. He could have, like you said, he just had the maybe that is a scanner, and he's just listening. And if you hear somebody going, "Hey," there, you know, and then he just gets the hell out of there. You know,
I mean, he could have that set on really, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to assume that you can have scanners that are sophisticated enough that you could carry them around and set them on very low volume, you know, to where all you need to know that it said Catalina Foothills if somebody had a blurb on there. But anyway, so I just think, you know, here's some other variables to me that may point to one person, and that is, so pretty easy to keep a secret when it's just you. Pretty easy, right? Nobody's going to tell because you're the only one that knows. And nobody has told, right? And so it just makes you think, well, it must have been one person then, because, I mean, then your likelihood is much better of getting away with it because there's nobody to tell on you, nobody to snitch you out, you know, and that's a lot of money right there, you know. So if, for example, it was two people, and we'd say to ourselves, well, what would possess one not to trade out the other one for the $1 million, you know? And I mean, you'd have to be highly loyal to that other person.
I think this is just one of those sort of, we'll just say nut jobs, but he's smart. He knows crypto and all this kind of crap, and he knows how to use, obviously, however he sent the email didn't lead back to him, so he probably used the VPN, like you were saying. And he's just one of those. I bet you this guy is like 23 years old, something like that. You know, one of those younger people that's really into that kind of stuff. Maybe between 23 and 30, maybe something like that.
And so that's the other thing, you know, that you were talking about earlier when you were doing your routes, which I thought you did an exceptional job on. But, you know, what you're really showing when you were doing those routes is that there was a very high probability that this person was local, because you'd have to have a very good understanding of those cameras. And to have that level of understanding with that cameras would mean that if you were an outsider, you would have to drive that several times and actually probably be pretty good at remembering certain things, and so that you would minimize how many times that you would need to case it out to understand all that. And it just doesn't sound feasible to me. I mean, because
I thought it was interesting how Annie's little route was exactly how you get out of there without going to a camera. I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, whatever she has here. And I was just shocked. I didn't even look at it before we did the show. I just saw, let's make it part of the show, mapping out whatever this is.
Yeah.
And then it's so great. Crazy how that first leg here is exactly what we did on Street View. Remember how I had to keep looking again to make sure?
Yep.
To get to this blue pin. I mean, that is absolutely nuts that it got to that. That's the same exact place that she came out at on that.
That's what I wanted to point out, is to know that route, to know that if you went that route, that you wouldn't encounter any lights. You would have to do a lot of homework to know where you need to turn to avoid those lights.
Here, I got one for you here. So for the thing that she made here, why didn't this person on the map here turn left and then go to this highway and then just turn right again to get here? That is so out of the way. But what this route is showing, goes. I mean, I don't know how she derived this though. That's where I'm having, like in my mind, I'm almost thinking, man, this is the route the killer took. But I don't know how she came up with this. But it's interesting from this point here. the person could have just turned left, but then a camera would have picked him up. You turn right, and another camera would have picked him up, and then you just go right there. But it would be half the time, maybe even a quarter, because driving way up here and going on these really small little roads with turns is just going to take way longer. But then he comes out north of a camera, and then up to here. Now again, I don't know how she came up with this, or is this what she thinks the person may have done? I would only think that she came up with something based on what police said or something. I mean, I can't imagine her just randomly going, hey, here's how I would do it. You know? Like, it seems like they must have said, hey, we couldn't pick up anybody here, and talked about it. I don't know.
You know, if I'm an outsider, for example, and I'm going into this situation and I say to myself, okay, I have to set up now how I'm going to leave. Well, if I'm an outsider, I'm not going to have any really familiarity with a lot of the, outskirts of the area that's around Nancy's home. And,
that's impossible.
So the reason why that's relevant is that, so if I'm an outsider and because I don't have that level of familiarity, I want to get the heck out of there. I want to get somewhere quickly and get down the road because I don't have comfortable feelings being in an area that I'm not,
So this guy feels comfortable, so he's just sort of like driving the side streets and...
Yes, that's where I'm going. This would be the behavior of somebody that you would think that be like, okay, well, I can take this side street and that side street and be fairly comfortable about it because I know this place. You know what I mean? It just the other thing too is, isn't it true? And I don't know if you know the exact statistic on this, that when they look at certain types of crime, and I don't know if it happens to be violent crime, but I think that's one part of the statistic, that it happens to be like 90-some% happen to be committed within a certain miles of distance from, like they live within a certain miles of distance from where they committed the crime, and it's quite, it's like quite a short distance. Is that my thought is like when they look and they say, oh, a crime occurred, and they look at they go through this, run it through the software, that it keeps coming back that most of the perpetrators lived within 5 to 10 miles.
Well, maybe like certain types of crimes. I don't know. I haven't really looked at that. I guess if it's a hit, a lot of times they'll drive from wherever, they could drive thousands of miles. Who the hell knows? But like in this case, this seems like, if this is just the lone killer situation, the nut job, he's probably just right there. He lives in the community. That's why he sent the ransom notes to local papers. He seems to know how to avoid cameras. I bet they talk about that behind the scenes. Like, man,
it's the simplest explanation.
Cameras. How did he do that?
It's the simplest explanation. How he avoided the cameras is because he didn't have far to go. That's how he avoided them, because that if you travel any distance for so long, you eventually are going to have to run into a camera. And they would have known it too. The investigators would have known that. So he couldn't have went too far. And that's the thing is that, so when we think it's went this long, they haven't identified anybody. They certainly haven't published like a possible suspect car. So it makes you think that they don't really have a car. And if they don't have a vehicle, that is something that, could be down to a model where they can track something, then that tells you that they never got anything outside of the perimeter. They never got nothing out there when looking around, like they don't have any leads, which all takes you back home, takes you straight back to somewhere around Nancy's where the person didn't have far to travel.
Yeah. And I guess, I mean, they don't seem to even have a, I mean, the thing that bothered me yesterday was, but it sort of made sense later, like if you can find any light at all that's sort of in an area, like a vehicle, you could maybe track back from there. Maybe there's one that's further out and it leads back to the general neighborhood area that you could be interested in. Because I think if they have anything at all, it's just lights here and there on various cameras moving by in the neighborhood. And they kind of have a sense of where it may have came out. Now they can go find another vehicle in another place and then have it sort of be a place that you could easily get to the last known little light that you saw. Then maybe that would be an interesting vehicle to investigate. It's just it's brutal though, looking at how every house is raised off the road. They're off back away from the street, and there's trees and bushes, and you really can't even see homes from the street most of the time. I mean, very little, so it's tough.
So another thing, and I just putting this out there as a long shot, as a question to kind of, maybe help or hinder, I'm not sure, but as a person, and you know how this goes sometimes, that when you're approaching an intersection, that if that camera is facing the right way, that it's not just zoomed on the intersection itself, it picks up cameras that are coming, or picks up vehicles that are coming from a distance. So the way they're mounted, and it specifically might be like that for not only surveillance, but to monitor traffic patterns so that you want a wider angle. But where I'm going with this is, so picture late at night and it's dark, and even if you're on a large road that, has a little bit of traffic, at that time, you're probably not going to have much traffic. And so I'm just asking, in any of the places that you saw where that person was approaching an intersection where there was a camera, is it possible that before they even got to that intersection, before they turned to go a different direction, that a camera still would have picked them up as far as like in the distance, or if a camera would have picked up lights that were approaching in the distance and then turned off? So you maybe see light coming up and all of a sudden you see it fade off and turn, you never see a vehicle, something like that.
Yeah, my brain's just, I'm out of there.
Well, anyway, I wanted to say that the show was a great one tonight, and the freaks rocked the house. And
that's right.
Yeah, yep. It's and you guys, thanks for hitting that like button. That was great sitting there watching that thing zip up and zip up and zip up, and I'm like, yeah, look at him go, And so it was just so cool being part of a group that wants to support the channel. And for you trolls out there that are listening, you got to give this guy a break. He works hard. And he does an honest thing with the work that he does. He puts out honest facts. You guys just need to cut him slack. That's what you need to do, is just cut him some slack.
All right.
He works hard,
Watch, they're going to contact you now, man. They're going to contact you.
Well,
how can you say that, Jason Bourne? He's a monster.
I'll tell him when they contact me, I'll tell him to cut you some slack. So...
Yeah.
But anyway,
Jim Lawn said that you had a hand in it, he said. Jim Lawn sent a super chat and said you had a hand in it.
Jim Lawn always says that.
Okay. Yeah.
The first time I saw him do that, it cracked right up. Jason Bourne did it.
Hey, hold on. Michelle H. told a joke. It said, what do you call 100 baby sheep rolling down the hill? A lamb slide.
Okay,
hold on.
Well, I think you got a great group here.
Yeah, sorry.
Gray, I really do. You got a great group of great supporters, and I'm just glad to be part of the group, and glad that you take these calls and you open it up, and hopefully, and everybody who's listening, just to say, listen, call Gray. It's not a big deal. Just call the number. Chit chat with him. He's not going to bite your head off. Just talk to him and tell him what your theories are. And, this is where we share opinions and we try to learn as we go down that road.
Yeah. We're trying to do more, look at you guys, you can comment and say whatever the hell you want to say, But don't come in here and say stuff just to be outlandishly ludicrous, because a lot of times those comments are, I mean, if you just have a legitimate question or a theory, that's great and everything. But I want everybody to feel like you can just type in what you want to type in. But my channel we use facts, logic, and reason here. So try to think about that when you're, making comments. Try to think through it. Does this make sense? And I think that would put us all in a better place. But you're allowed to type in whatever the hell you want. And I want the moderators to be accepting of their comments and let them, unless you're trashing the channel, the comment will remain. All right, there you go.
And just to speak to that and to everybody who was in the chat, I remember I typed into the chat once, what would be the possibility that the perpetrator put a trail cam in there, stashed it in the bushes, and the comment didn't go over very well. And I thought to myself, well, gosh, maybe I shouldn't comment very often. But afterwards, I thought to myself, well, they got a good point. They know this stuff more than me, and I'm just kind of the newbie on the block. So, the one thing that we always got to know is that somebody who comes in may not be able to, they don't know all the facts concerning something, so the way they analyze it is going to be differently, or they've been listening to someone, like you mentioned earlier, Greg, who lies to them and tells them things that are not true. And, this is how people can get misled. But
yeah, well, there's a lot of YouTube channels out
here.
there that just invent things because it's sensationalistic and it gets everybody excited. And they're just not telling you the truth, okay? I would tell you that 95%, when it all comes together, won't be anything that they're telling you, all right? We're just coming, we don't know who did it or anything. We're just sort of theorizing on information that's out there, and that's about it, So we do it rationally and logically. So.
Yep. That's why I have made this channel the one and the only. I watched several others, and after a while, I'd see them come up on my notifications, and I think, no, I don't even need to look. I already know what's going to happen if I go there. And I didn't even waste my time because, after a while you begin to figure out where the quality is, the quality content. And, like when you watch Gray put together the routes in live time, how many other creators are you going to see do that, where they start putting the pins out there and laying it out right for live time while everybody's watching? And he's literally deducing, okay, what is the most reasonable ways that this person left? And, it's the mark of somebody that knows what they're doing, that's, good quality content. So, again, the trolls out there, cut this guy some slack. He's working hard.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll send your check later. I'm just kidding. I don't know. That's what they'll think. What is he doing, man? How's that? Why'd that guy say that, Because everybody doesn't think like you, trolls. That's just the truth, You guys.
And the other thing, too, just quick before I go to is your mods, you do such a great job. I see them in there, and they're just constantly communicating in the chat and, being responsive.
I should thank them more. So I do occasionally, but I should do it every day,
Yeah, I want to just acknowledge that on the phone because I know that they work hard and they take their work here seriously, and you can tell by the comments that they make. And I'll tell you what, this is another sign of a decent channel, right? Because there's channels out there, if you watch, they don't have any mods. And why is that? Because they want their people just to say things that are, I'm not even going to go there. I'm just going to say that quality channels will have good mods who will make sure that we're all getting, good comments in there and interacting in a way that, makes everyone feel welcome. So, yeah, good job, you guys.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in, Jason Bourne.
All right. I'll talk to you soon. Take care.
All right. Have a good one. See you.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Jason. And thanks, Timothy Cecil from earlier. Timothy's calls are they're good too, man. I like them. Hey, and also, like he just said, thank you, mods, for all the stuff that you guys do all the time, getting just having to deal with the absolute rejects of society that show up every once in a while. So thank you for doing that. Very cool. Yeah, we've if you're still sitting here, let me show you what our grand total is. Where is that? It's not that one. Is it this one? Yeah, that one. So right now we're at $295,612 since January of 2020. That's pretty amazing, right? I mean, that's how much we've given to. We have a scholarship fund, a DNA fund, and we've given well over $100,000 to NCMEC. Combined NCMEC, RAIN, and what's the other one? And Texas EquiSearch. Like 30,000 plus to all three of those, right? Not that that matters to anybody, but see, what we try to do is make a difference no matter what. I mean, so there's other people, they just sit there and they just kind of blab away and they're not really thinking through it. It's just la 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 la. And people send in super chats and they do well and they don't ever do anything else. We make a big difference. Huge difference. We're on our round number 4 of scholarships. We've given out 18,000 already, with 6,000 in the works right now, and then we're already building up for round number 5. That would get us up to 30 scholarships in the criminal justice world. Now, anybody out there is you have the right to apply if you're watching for a scholarship, but you just can't let us know that that's that you just put a video, you have to apply just like everybody else. That's how it works. It's through bold.org. So there you go. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, let me do what were those jokes up there? We had, is it going to freeze out again? Oh, yeah. So Lisa said, what did the bra say to the hat? You go ahead. I'll give these 2 a lift. Yeah, okay. And then what was the other one above that one? Oh, yeah. Michelle H. said, what do you call 100 baby sheep rolling down the hill? A lamb slide. I think it'd be good if it was like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I knew that was going to happen. It was freezing up. That's right, Jim. Like if you're at a bar with Jim, he'd be funny. Well, it's funny anyways sometimes, but it's just not really appropriate in here. Hey, anyways, thanks to Cheryl Bullock and then Wild Bill Wassman. Then we have Alley Cake. And then we have Wild Bill Wassman again, and then Michelle H. Then Suz F jumped in there with the avocado dance. Cat eye, basically. That was at 7:43, and it wasn't until 14 minutes later that we got another gifted membership. And then we had The Moon Made Me Do It, Alley Cake, then Wild Bill Wassman, then D. Cerna, then Wild Bill Wassman again, then Alley Cake, then Susie Greenberg, and then Jim Lawn, then Wild Bill Wassman. And thanks for everybody who were sending me stuff. I'll take a look at the emails that you sent regarding other people and whatnot later. But we had Wild Bill Wassman again, Chicken Wing, then Lori Bach, SMH or something. And then DDWM, 23 months. Thank you for that. Then Lisa Valenzuela. Then we have Wild Bill Wassman, gifted membership. And then Phyllis Watson gifted 10. I think she had a challenge there. And then she gifted 10. And then that was at 8:36. And then it wasn't for another 27 minutes. And then Saturn Dreaming of Mercury gifted 10. Then Rachel, 508, gifted two $20 ones. And then Saturn Dreaming of Mercury gifted 5 for my challenge. And then I gifted 5. Then we had Jim Lawn. And then Randizzle Randy. And then Phyllis did if you guys reach 200 likes, she'll send in a cat eye donation. She's going to make a joke about just saying cat eye. And then, so she did that. We did it. Then Timothy Cecil, look at that, 69 months. And then Phyllis Watson again said, stalking is such a negative term. I prefer staying in touch. By the way, you're out of milk. Do you just come up with these things? Well, I guess, yeah, I guess you would be able to do that. And then Jim Long. Well, that one's pretty good. Look at that. Stalking is such a negative term. I prefer staying in touch. By the way, you're out of milk. Okay? Well, how do you know that? Well, I'm just staying in touch, you know? Meaning I'm inside your house when you're not there, so I can see it. Anyways. All right. Well, anyways, thanks, everybody. That night was fun. More fun than normal. I didn't seem to have to ask 1,000 times to try to reach the goal. So that was good. I appreciate everybody here. If you can you guys do me a favor and put a comment in the comment section after the show? Like, just talk about, like, you know, any thoughts that you might have, or just put a comment in there. Those help out a lot too, for maybe replay possibilities. I think this show would be a great one for people to watch on replay. I think it's weird that people are upset that I said, hey, you guys, we've been saying for 3 months the same thing that Enton put out, and they acted like it was this new information. I don't think you shouldn't feel bad. I think Enton's great, you know, he's a great interviewer. He does all that. But just, it's one of those things, man. It's just, yeah, I can't not say something. I mean, that is just absolutely crazy. I've been on multiple shows, my own show. I've literally said the same thing 100 times. And to have it pretend that it's some new piece of information. Whew. Hey, you want to do the flyby at the coast one, though? Let's do that. Yeah, that's awesome. How the hell do I get there? Let's see. I think we'll do the... I gotta figure out, try to find it. I think it was just a video. It shouldn't be too far down there. No, that must have been 2 years ago. Oh wait, it was what's the name of the town again? Something Waldport. Okay, that's all I gotta look for. Video. There it is. All right. You guys are going to like this. Okay, hold on. I need to make sure I got the full... Oh, yeah, it's only on 480. Look at that. Put it on 4K. Look at this. Here, check this thing out. I'll play full screen. Get my ugly face off of there and get this one. All right. There we go. All right, so it has its own music. Just sit back and relax. It's amazing. And this was with a Mavic Mini 4 with goggles in like flight. It was just so amazing. It's like you're a bird with... It's just the craziest feeling. I'm sitting on a lounge chair filming the ocean and following birds and just doing whatever the hell I want, as if I am a bird. All right, so here we go. Hey, there I am. See that? I'm just sitting on the lounge chair right there, okay? Paused it. See those goggles I've got on? Can you see them? And I'm just sitting there with the controller. I mean, it's so peaceful. It's ridiculous. Sunny, all by myself. how fat this seagull is over here, man. This seagull, I would eat that thing. That thing looks like it weighs 20 pounds. Like a, look at that thing. Just kidding. Well, that was pretty good. That was pretty good, right? I was like watching these clips from that guy. All right. Anyways, hey, thanks for being here. Hope you guys enjoyed that last part there. It's pretty relaxing, I think. So thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Who the hell knows what tomorrow will bring? I was in October of 2024. I have footage from last year, too. It's pretty good. It's crazy. I played it. I didn't make the same type of video. It's kind of similar, but it was a lot worse weather, so it has a whole different feel to it. So anyways, thanks everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Hope you all feel welcome, and you know, we're trying to do a little different here where I'm not going to be as combative with everybody. It's hard, you know, but we'll see how it goes. All right, thanks everybody. See you guys later. As I always say, until next time, be safe out there. I'm just going to end the show because I don't want to make any sound effects on top of that. All right, so thanks, everybody.